Oh, what the hell? Why does it say I don't have a stream output? Do you see my stream? Because I'm not seeing it on my end. Oh, there it is. There is the notification I was looking for. It's everything I need.
Someone's looking for a party.
Aren't they always?
Oh. Well, I think they're fate farming.
Oh.
Oh, no, not fate farming. Nobody is looking for fates. Oh well. Not like I really care.
Okay. Yeah. Cool beans. What is... She's looking for a locked duty. I don't know what it is. I've never heard of that dungeon or raid or whatever it
Round?
is. Yeah.
Isn't that like a level...
What's it called? Storm's Crown?
Yeah.
Storm's Crown is...
Oh, it's 90. It's level 90. That's why I've never heard of it.
It's a level... Oh, it's a 6.2 trial.
Yeah.
That's what I'm gonna do. It definitely... Oh, you know what I don't see? What doesn't pop up on my stream?
What?
When we're talking, it doesn't pop up on here anymore.
Is that a Discord thing?
Yeah. It used to pop up right underneath the It used to pop up right underneath the overlay, but it's not doing it anymore. I mean, not over the MSQ. It used to show up exactly. It used to show up when we were talking. It's not doing that for me anymore. So where do I find the Little Ladies Day event?
In Lensa? No, it's an Udall.
Udall?
Oh, it's to me, it's not. Yeah. It's right near the person.
Realm Reborn. Or Thunderland. There it is. Udall. So I'm at the... Wow, it's dead here today. Triple Triad. Is it the princely persona?
Yes. I haven't done the thing yet.
You haven't done it yet either? Oh, this person's getting DC'd. Bye-bye, Traveler. We will miss you.
Seneschal says, "'Tis a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mistress Haven. I have the honor of serving as the Royal Seneschal, and it is my duty to bring smiles and cheers to all the ladies of the realm." What is Little Ladies' Day, you ask? Why, it is a day when the maidens of Eorzea are doted upon as princesses by their very own loyal Seneschal. By the way, I must ask, you know of the songbirds, do you
So
not?
did you order
How
that
silly
chair
of
for me yet?
Of course you do.
No. It's like $900.
Princess-styled entertainers were relative unknowns
Oh,
when
so
they
it's like
first took
2
to the
hours pay
stage,
for you.
but they've since become a little ladies' day staple. Now we hope to introduce another such sensation, but this time the singer will be butler-themed.
I was talking to you about my overtime today, and I said,
A royal among servants,
just
a
trying to get
loyal
my work
servant
done.
to his princess. The prince in question is scheduled to debut in the upcoming festival performance, but would seem our chosen star is yet to return from picking up his costume. Though there is ample time ere the show begins, his prolonged absence is a source of concern, to say the least. If only I were not so preoccupied with preparations. Would you mind looking in on him for me? Pico is his name, and he was meant to be speaking with a designer at FFXIV's Aesthetics.
So where are we going? We are going to the Goldsmith Guild. Uh,
Pico says it has to shine with a sharp, frozen brilliance, like a blizzard slicing through the darkest night. And it should dazzle like a searing flame, threatening to burn your fingers at the merest touch. Doesn't that sound amazing?
Maribel says wait, which do you want? A freezing blizzard or a burn?
Pico says oh, maybe you can help. How can we create a silvery costume that melts into chaotic darkness? Should I give up on the
Maribel says an adventurer? What can Maribel, famed designer of FFXIV's Aesthetics, do? Here at the Royal Seneschal's bidding, you say? Well, I could certainly use some guidance with this costuming conundrum. The costume itself is largely complete. I simply wanted to add the finishing flair in accordance with the prince's wishes, but I'm struggling to envision the image he's trying to convey.
Pico says well, there are just so many dimensions to looking dashing. How can one narrow the options down to a single idea?
Maribel says forgive me, darlings, but I've other projects to attend to. Would you mind coming back once you've helped the lad decide on a more definitive direction?
Pico says this is not going well. I couldn't ask for a better opportunity, and here I am ruining my own debut. Pico says it was Haven, yes? I am sorry to drag you into this. Of all those who auditioned, they chose me to be the Seneschal Prince. My job now is to become a star performer, and creating a dashing and princely persona seemed the best way to achieve that. So I did my research into the subject, delving into books about the most gallant individuals, how they act, how they dress, that sort of thing. But when I tried to explain, it all came out a jumbled mess. What makes the seneschal prince a prince among seneschals? Come to think of it, what exactly is a seneschal anyway? I see. Then my fixation on being dashing was entirely the wrong. But at least now one thing is clear. I must learn the ways of a seneschal if I'm to be the best seneschal prince I can be. You seem a knowledgeable sort. Left to my own devices, I fear wasting time on the wrong thing again. Will you help me with my... Huzzah! Then first things first, I say we speak with a wide variety of townsfolk, and learn what the general public expect. Let's split up that we might gather as many opinions as possible. I'll leave the steps of thought to you, and we can meet at the Gold Court afterwards.
Noblewoman says a seneschal? Why, yes, of course, I have one in my employ. The accomplished ones foresee what must be done, and act without need for instruction. Those who stand around awaiting orders have no business taking the position. Hunter says that word ever puts me in mind of the first royal seneschal himself, Sultan Baldric. It's said that every year one girl was chosen from the townspeople by lot, and he would attend to that lucky lass as her personal servant for the entire day. Hunter says the festival is no longer about choosing a single princess, of course, but oh how I still daydream about having an attentive seneschal at my beck and call. As a child, whenever Little Lady's Day came around I would always hold out hope that this would be the year I was chosen.
What did I just do? Whoa, what the? How did I do that? Uh-oh.
It's a keybind on one of your keys.
Oh, I got it. Yeah. I think it's like F12 or something I hit.
Server says my impressions of a
I am
seneschal?
falling asleep.
Well, they strike me as people who excel at preparations.
You're falling asleep?
Performing tasks to a demanding lord
I am
lady's
so
satisfaction
tired.
hinges upon their ability to think ahead, to plan events to
I think I'm gonna
perfection.
go take a nap. I've been coming home and sleeping when I get
My work
home.
as a server at the
Have
Quicksand
you?
is similar in
Well,
some respects.
okay.
Yeah, I will be back.
Okay, well, I'm gonna be
We have a
working on
special
MSQ
Little
when
Ladies Day
while you're
menu
gone.
on offer this year, and I hope
Okay,
everything
have fun
memorized.
and
The
enjoy
ingredients,
Endwalker.
the presentation,
I
the
will.
flavors, down to the smallest detail.
Bye.
Everything from the main course to the
Bye.
beverages and desserts will be perfect.
Mike and Revna has logged out.
Above and beyond one's prescribed duties, a server's mission is to ensure as many happy customers as possible.
Alright, now let's talk to Pico. Pico is at the Gladiator's Guild.
Pico says, oh, guess what, Haven? I was asking about senescals in Pearl Lane, and a merchant offered me an amazing bargain. He showed me a rare one of incalculable worth, but even the heavily discounted price was far more coin than I could afford. Come to think of it, what do urns have to do with senescals, anyway? Pico says, oh, was I on the wrong track again? I could have sworn. I see. So a seneschal is someone who serves others, someone who anticipates what needs to be done, and prepares for those tasks in advance. In my case, then, I should be a seneschal who serves his fans. Yes, when I put it like that, it just feels right. I should be thinking of ways I can make the crowds happy. And that's exactly what I'll do. Now, if you could stick around a while longer, I'd appreciate some help in becoming the best seneschal I can be. I am to don the mantle of the seneschal prince. Yet while I've grasped a clear picture of the theme, I must needs think of how best to embody the manner. A seneschal exists to serve, to ensure happiness and satisfaction, which, incidentally, is. I once knew a girl, years ago. She was my childhood friend, but alas, she was born with a terrible ailment. She could not rise from bed, let alone leave the house, and thus I took it upon myself to bring the outside world to. I acted out all sorts of tales. A hero's saga. A jester at court. If she wished to hear of it, if it would but make her smile, I would assume it. One fateful day, I happened to see a songstress in town. She dazzled the audience, and the elated looks upon their faces. I had to rush back to my princess' bedside to share. Pico says I sang and danced my heart out for my audience of one, a performance for her and her alone. Oh, the happiness was everything I ever wanted. It spurred me to practice day and night, and as I did, I began to feel I truly was a famous. Then, all too soon, did Thor call her to his somber. Ever since, I've dreamed of making a big name for myself as a singer. If I could perform upon some grand stage, then perhaps my voice would rise up and reach her ears once more. That is why I auditioned for the role of the seneschal prince, and why I leapt for joy when I heard that I'd been chosen. Pico says yet even though I began all this for her, it has become every bit my own dream as well. I yearn to sing as that songstress did, and stir the hearts of the crowd. Ahem. Thank you for listening, Haven. Talking to someone helps to put my thoughts in order. Pico says right, back to the task at hand. Once I've settled on how to best serve my audience, then I should have all the specifics Maribel needs to finish the. Pico says let's head over to the Little Ladies' Day stage, shall we? With the better part of the preparations finished, it's likely begun to draw a crowd. The sight might inspire some ideas for my
The following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending Duty Finder registrations.
Pico says the stagehands seem swamped with last-moment adjustments, and you can see the fans have already begun to gather. If I'm to decide how to act as the Seneschal Prince, then it's now or never. Let's see what clues the scene has to offer us.
Okay, let's see.
See there? A particularly eager Songbirds fan, come early to ensure a front row experience. Rather too early, in fact. My act is first on the program, so he'll be in for quite a long wait before his idols take. Pico says yes, of course. You must be exhausted from standing there all this time. The least I can do is make him more comfortable for the duration. Yes, of course. If we're speaking of seneschals, we should look no further than the royal seneschal, such a courteous demeanor, and so precise in his movements. Now that I think on it, no matter the work we do together, he is never less than thorough with his preparations, and I imagine he would be more than willing to help us implement any new plan we might propose. An employee of the Quicksand. Did they not mention offering some exclusive menu over the course of Little Lady? Knowing such a thing is only available during the festival makes it all the more tempting, doesn't it? I wonder if they'd be willing to bring out a light meal for the audience. Not only would it benefit the fans, but it would also be an excellent promotion for the Quicksand itself. I've been thinking, Haven. There is no rule which demands people must stand to cheer and enjoy a performance, is. Why not have the Quicksand deliver some light refreshments, Little Ladies as day themed, of course, and aim for a more relaxed experience. I mean, it's hardly a novel concept. One often orders a meal while taking in a play, or has a flagon in hand while the minstrel strums his lute in the tavern. We would simply encourage the same idea. Naturally, I shall rouse the crowd with song and dance, but this will help define the seneschal side of my stage character. The act is finally coming together. As the Seneschal Prince, I shall both serve and enter. Come, there's not a moment to lose. I must first consult with the Royal Seneschal, and then hurry off to make my request to Mistress Momodi at the Quicksand. But I must also inform Maribel of my costuming decisions. Arg, there is no... You would do that for me? Oh, thank you, Haven. I would be most grateful if you could explain the costume concept. You truly are my savior. I give you my word the show will be a great success. Please, do be...
Maribel says, Haven,
Excuse me.
darling. How fares our princely seneschal?
What are we sorry about?
Maribel says, so the show will feature a healthy dash of hospitality, eh? Sounds fabulous. A singer with the seneschal's poison a prince style. Yes, darling, I know exactly what this costume needs. Leave it to me. Please let the royal seneschal know that I'll have the outfit ready in time for the performance.
Seneschal says thank you for lending a hand to young Pico. 'Tis good to know the issue with his costume has been resolved. As I mentioned, the Seneschal Prince is to be the main new attraction for this year's Little Ladies' Day, and Pico himself is to give the show's opening address. I cannot imagine how events might have unfolded without your assistance. You will stay and watch his performance, yes? Fanatic says I've been standing for so long my feet have fallen asleep. But at least the show is about.
Spectator says it should be starting any moment now. The first act is the debut performance for a new singer, isn't it? Spectator says what would a Prince of Seneschals be like, anyway? I have no idea.
Pico says ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our Little Ladies' Day.
Oh, excuse me.
I am Pico, the Seneschal Prince, and I shall be your guide to an ephemeral world of wonder. I imagine you are all weary from the wait. Though it be but a trifle, we have taken the liberty of arranging for refreshments, a special festival menu prepared by our friends at the Quicks. Peach-infused tea accompanied by a selection of spring-inspired sweets. We invite you to enjoy these delights while you enjoy the show. Fanatic says that's for us. Thank the gods.
Spectator says oh, that new menu has been on my mind all day.
Pico says I am overjoyed to see you thus pleased. Should this repast meet with your approval, pray consider a visit to the Quicksand following the show. Pico says but with that, I must ask that you keep all eyes on me. Without your full attention, I am wont to grow jealous. Fair princesses, won't you step closer? I promise this shall be a princely performance to remember. Settle in, my dear audience, and enjoy the spectacle of the Seneschal. Seneschal says he not only entertains with song and dance, but also captures the crowd's hearts with warm hospitality.
Oh, excuse me.
Ulala says humph, not bad, not bad. Narumi says it seems we have quite a show to follow. Hakaraka says and the songbirds will deliver. We'll take the stage by storm and build this excitement to a raging crescendo.
Pico says, Haven, thank you for coming to my...
Hey, Light Sense,
It was
thank you for
also
the follow.
magical. To see such enjoyment upon each face in the crowd was an indescribable. And did you see how they responded to the touches of hospitality? The Quicksand server even came over to thank me for how quickly word spread about their festival menu. Seneschal says, what a stunning debut by the Seneschal Prince. We've already been swamped with demands to know when you will be performing next. In fact, I'm thinking of setting up an encore performance while the festival is still on. Pico says, is that so? Well, then. I wonder if my dear friend was watching me, too, from Thor's distant. Thank you again for giving me this opportunity. For as long as I
If
have
we
the
have anybody
privilege of
watching
standing on
on
that stage,
Twitch, the
I mean
next
to
ad
spend
is
every
in 3
moment
minutes.
delighting all
Feel
who
free to
attend.
jump over on YouTube or Facebook if you want the ad-free experience.
Pico says, I almost forgot. I had Maribel. I was not alone up there in front of the crowd, I felt you standing beside me, as you have been every step of the way. Given your part in all this, you are every bit a Seneschal princess. So please, do me the honor of accepting. It is the least I can offer for your patient assistance. Now, I must be off to prepare for my next appearance. Seneschal says, I, too, offer my sincerest gratitude for elevating us. The Little Ladies' Day festivities have only just begun, but I suggest you go and enjoy them while they last.
Quest complete. Alright, so that is that quest now.
Kokobuki says, fortune has favored us, Haven. Kokobusy has been spotted at Vesper Bay. We cannot let this opportunity pass us by. Head there with all due haste. And with you, take these descriptions of my brother's likeness and Mormo's mannerisms. Relay this information to some of the local residents and see what you can find.
No tokens for Vesper Bay. Good to know. Hey, Bodrick. Yeah, actually, this is from FrostyTours.com. Yeah, it's a pretty cool little mod that I have here. So, for my stream. You came at just as my ad. be? Where would he be? I wonder. There he is.
Gebhardt says something I can do for you, stranger. Now that you mention it, I did see a Lalorfell who matches this description. He was watching the ferries come in with more than a passing interest. Looking to hire some adventurers or some such, I reckon.
Alright, so I think the ad is gone. Well, what was your name again? You were Bodrick. How are you, Bodrick?
Geezer says, what's that, miss? You say you're looking for someone? I believe I saw your Lalorfell in the company of a couple adventurers hailing from Limsalominsa, a marauder and a thaumaturge, were I to hazard a guess. I think they were talking about seeing the area north of here.
There's a fate right there. So where's the last one, I wonder? Inside, maybe? Or in the back? Not in the back. Probably in, I'm gonna check inside. Yep, they're there.
Folkline says welcome to the Pissed Peist, love. What can I get ye? Information, is it? Aye, that little bloke was in here, bringing a blush to all the young maidens' cheeks. What he lacked in height, he certainly made up for in boldness. Left with...
Oops. Okay, now where is Kokabuchi? Oh, he's right here.
Kokabuki says so. Momo has chosen this as her new hunting ground. Kokabuki says the maidens seduced by the succubus will be prepared as vessels to hold her fully restored power. I fear they will have already been slain. As for the adventurers, well, I think you can imagine what Momo intends for the thaumaturge. We must find and warn those unwitting Laminsiness before the Voidsent strikes again. You were told that they might be headed north, yes? It would be best for you to follow suit.
Oh. I just realized my camera's not on. Oops. Oh, yeah, it should be on momentarily. There we go. Yay. There we go.
Marauder says still here. It's still here, somewhere close. Me thanks, lass. Me head. That little bastard said he would give us the grand. Aye, it's been grand, alright. Please. He took me mate further north. Think he was muttering something. Coco Bunny says Haven. What is before? Kokabuki says I sensed the presence of Voidsent, but it appears you have. Kokabigo says Mormo is in Moondrip. A fitting place for the battle. Kokabuki says it is time to finish this, my brothers. Kokobussi will.
Where is Moondrip? Moondrip is right up there, so let's just go.
Kokabuki says I shall approach Mormo first, as we discussed. If the bargaining proceeds smoothly, and the Voidsent feasts on my proffered mana, then she should soon manifest in her demonic form. Once Mormo is fully present within this realm, that is when you unleash the seething power of the abyss. Though after lecturing for so long on how a thaumaturge should avoid such threats, I yet hold doubts as to whether such a direct conflict is the correct path. Haven, in your experience, what do you consider to be a thaumaturge's greatest strength? Yes, indeed, it is perhaps only by looking within that we may find the answers we seek. I am decided. My fate awaits me. I have faith that, no matter what becomes of me, you shall succeed in destroying Mormo, ending her threat to this realm. Kokabuki says enough, Mormo. Kokobussi says well, if it isn't the eldest of the cowardly thaumaturge brothers. I thought you would be busy whimpering under your bed. Kokabuki says I've come to offer you a deal. I know you seek the etheric energy needed to substantiate your true form, but how much time do you intend to waste, feeding? Compared to these stripling sorcerers and their trembling arcane flames, my power is as a blazing sun. Would you not prefer to take what I can give you? Drain my strength, and assume your rightful appearance. I am sure you think me a coward, but that is of no consequence. I only wish Coco Bussy returned to—
Hey, thank you, Sharon, for the follow.
Coco Bussy says he. You are wise. Momo says he. At last, at long last, my true body, my true power, is mine once more. I believe a strat— Coco Boar says oh no you don't. Cocobeezy says we won't let you leave here alive. Momo says he. So, you risk your lives in a valiant rescue attempt? You should not bet what you are not prepared to lose. I shall tear the ether from your very Wahahaha. Your screams are my sustenance. Craven says I will keep Momo focused on me. Stay well back. Cold says I shall lend Cocobigo my support. Contemplative says my thaumaturgy will render valor. Kurt says fighting. I fight themes for fun. Momo says he. It's all coming back to me. Why don't you come a little closer? Gold said what in the name of the gods was that? Contemplative says intimacy. She weaves a threatless spell. Kurt says my spells were silenced, but we must muster our magics. Craven says let's all keep calm, now. She seeks to perplex and confound us. Momo says resilience little nuisances. The stones will drink your blood. Craven says she conjures minions from the void. Contemplative says I am overmatched, and overmatched. repertoire. Haha. Defeat is decidedly distasteful. Normal says no. For centuries, I dreamed of escape. I will not be denied. Cold says too many ethers, not enough potions. Craven says the sorcery is too terrible.
GG.
Kokobigo says, we won. Coco Bunny says we won. Victory is ours. Coco Bussy says what? Where am I? Coco Busy says thankful, you're awake. Coco Coco Boar says our sibling is yet to stir from his som. Coco Bussy says Buki. His etheric channels have contracted, they are barely sufficient to sustain the flow of his life force. If we do not increase his capacity for ether soon, his vitality will drain away. My mana amplifying potion. Its potency is limited, but it just... Kokabuki says I see the battle ended, and Kokabigo says you did it, Kokobussy. And we would not have prevailed without you, Haven. We will bear our brother back to the ossuary, pray meet us there that we might properly express our gratitude.
Okay, now let's go back home.
Kokabuki says thank you, Haven. After seeking refuge in the comforting shadows of the abyss for so long, I had lost sight of the blazing glory. The raw power and audacity of your magecraft has freed my brothers and me from our self-imposed cowardice.
Oh, excuse me.
Coco Boar says I thought Thor himself had his fingers at my throat. But this sensation of hard-won supremacy. Kokabuki says as for you, Coco Bussy, you are our brother, and our respected colleague. I hope you never again underestimate. Kokabuki says, Haven, you have exceeded all my expectations. In recognition of your outstanding growth as a thaumaturge, I shall impart to you one of the guild's most close manoward. It is a defensive weaving of energies that blunts the force of any attack made against you. I am sure you can understand why we do not teach this secret to every stray hedge wizard who chooses to join our ranks. Kokabuki says, now that you have experienced the deadliest threats, and the joy that comes with their obliteration, I am certain you are eager to explore just how deep you might descend into the chasm of thaumaturgy. May your struggles bring wisdom, and your wisdom bring courage. I, for one, look forward to hearing of your future thaumaturgical endeavors.
Oops. Go back to what that was. That'll go down. Oh, that'll go up. Yay!
Yayake says, Haven, I've been waiting for you, in a way. Please, let me explain. Do you know of the Marisaja pit? It is a prison, here in Uolda. In prison, a man will do most anything to keep his mind occupied. Of late, one inmate claims to hear the voice of Nulthal. No doubt he has lost his mind after serving 100 years of a life sentence. But, he knew of you by name, Haven, and maintains the traitors demand you win the gem of Shatato and exchange it for his release. A farce, no doubt. I make it for nothing more than the maniacal ravings of a cell-crazed, sweaty-toothed madman. But I fear the only way to be sure is to free him of the pit. The prisoner's name is Kruka Tataruka, and as if his story were not proof enough of his lunacy, he also styles himself a black mage. But such magic was lost to Eorzea centuries ago. Who does this senile charlatan think he will fool with such rubbish? Yayake says, nevertheless, he has invoked the name of Nulthal, and so the Order feels it unwise to ignore his words. Though I am still no believer, you have come, as he said you would. So let us get to the bottom of this, shall we? It may be that you are an agent of fate, or perhaps you are merely a crooked old man's accomplice. In either case, I ask that you travel to Highbridge in eastern Thanolin. Seek out the planar fissure, a rift between this world and the next. Fell whatever beasts might lurk there, and water the earth with their blood. According to our jailed mummer, doing so will give rise to the gem of Shatato. The gem is no more than a pretty stone oft mentioned in bedtime stories and the tales of fairies. We shall see if it truly exists. I shall await your findings here. Return to me when the deed is done.
Okay, where are we going? We're going to Highbridge. Camp Drybone. Category. Is that the giant turtle? Mm.
Question mark says thaumaturge, hear me.
Char says put up your weapon, friend. 'Cause I'd char. So you are the one of whom Kruka's prophecy speaks. By your hand was the blood of these creatures spilt upon this earthen vein, was it not? Then you have earned this gem of Shatoto. Take it. You will know what to do with it when the time comes. With this, my part is done. Farewell, for
Yayake says, well, you certainly smell as though you've been off spilling blood. But it will take more than a waft of foulness to convince me you are an agent of divine will. I take it yours was an eventful journey?
It was eventful.
It is exactly as described in the tales. Could it truly be? The gem of Shatato? 12 be good, I can feel the magic pulsing within it. The tales tell that only souls blessed by the grace of Nulthal are entrusted with the keeping of the gem. This is beyond mere coincidence. I must investigate further. And you must assist me, Haven. This now involves you as much as... Still, I cannot shake my inner skeptic. If Kruka somehow made contact with the outside world, he may be manipulating adventurers such as yourself for ends yet unknown to us. I will call an emergency council of the Order. Please, wait.
Question mark says that will not be necessary.
Yayake says, Kruka? What are you doing here? How have... Lolai says, watch your tongue, you insolent fool. Master has passed a century in meditation communing with Nulthal. You will address him with the proper...
Kruka says the jailers of the Marasaja pit are very different from the heretics of your order. Suffice it to say they had wisdom enough to... Must I remind you again? The will I speak is that of Nalthal himself. The true criminal is he who ignores the words of...
Yayake says, beware, Kruka. The 12 seldom spare those who claim their voice. This mummer's farce will bring...
Kruka says the cause of the disaster to come will be no words of mine, of that be sure. Nalthal spoken to me. By his own declaration, the seal on the void gate will... Once thrown open, it can be closed once more by none but she who bears the gem of Shatot. I speak of you, Haventia. The gem you hold is the mark of a mage of the black. With it in hand, you must now set forth to gather the keys needed to seal the void gate.
Yayake says, wait. You can't, I mean, you don't have the right to.
Kruka says silence, you hollow-plated prig. Those who do not... You take for yourself the title of thaumaturge, and so I will not suffer you to claim ignorance. You know as well as any of the existence of a netherworld rife with shadow and monstrosity, the void. As the power of the void waxes, the barrier between it and our own world wanes. Eventually, that barrier will falter, and the void gate will open. Once it has, only the black magic of Eld can receive.
Yayake says this. This is sacrilege.
Kruka says, as one who now commands the forces of destruction, I bid you go forth. The gem of Shatoto is our sigil, the mark of the magi devoted to the true dark art. In it, you already possess the first key required to see the... You have taken the black, but time is needed before the black takes you, before it permeates mind and body, and colors every fiber of your being dark as pitch. Visit Milvanith Sacrarium, and there hear the words of... Do not fear the power to destroy. Master it, and with it destroy that which would destroy.
Okay, where is that? That is... Miners Guild. Oh, excuse me, I've got the hiccups now.
Lolai says Master is meditating in his chambers. Fornaldville always speaks, and Master must listen. He has entrusted me with guiding you on your path, but you must walk alone yet. Come again when the black has grown stronger within you.
Black Mage is now unlocked.
The next Black Mage quest will be available from Lolai upon reaching level 35.
Woohoo! Now let's do this. That's a level 80 quest. That is at the Domain. So let's go to Domain. Let's go to Doma. It has to be level 80 or above, so let's do Warrior. Where is a sign of what to come? That is up there. What is that area called again? That is Odana Stand. What Roman tradition is the foundation? I have no idea.
Kusakabe says bot 40.
Oh, I didn't want to aggro that. Oh my god. That guy's big. Whew. You have to be very, very quiet.
Gordon
Interesting.
says lowborn traitor.
That's cool. The tabernacle.
Buddha says don't. Vorden. You'll only...
Miss Ija says how the tables have turned. Now, hold still.
Amigard says wait, please.
What is going on? This is creepy.
Also says something wrong, Miss Ija. You've spared.
Miss Ija says do it.
Halsos says apologies. Seems I miss.
Miss Ija says if you've come to bark orders, don't bother. The next step in my plan has already been. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Halsos says I certainly hope she knows what she's doing. That icon of hers is all we have left to buy us time until reinforcement. But what on earth could this new plan of hers be? Oh, I do so love a good scheme. Alas, I've been strictly forbidden from.
Mikoto says let us return to Gangos. I have.
Oh shit, what's going on?
Atwood Marilith says nice job.
I need to go open my window. It is way too hot in here.
Page Zildjian says not another step. We have you surrounded. It's over, Miss Ija. We know full well the crystal's power.
Mikoto says, another vision. Did you see it? Come, Haven. We must inform the others.
Oh shit. There.
Marsak says now that Blade Tier has arrived, would you care to elucidate your
Mikoto says to speak plainly, I believe the apparition summoned at Castrum Locusly Torin again on the southern front is not what we would call an icon or a primal. Not in the strictest sense of the term.
Gerald says the hells are you talking about, lass? I've heard my fair share of tales about primals, and what you've all told me of this Queen Gunhild fits the description to a blood. Marsak says according to our records, Queen Gunhild wielded the power of the blade not to summon a god, but to become one, that she could protect our people.
Leoya says so she made herself a vessel for its power.
Lord ZX has logged in.
Mikado says Miss Ija claimed that after the fourth Umbral calamity was averted, the queen was able to return to her mortal form. Tales passed down through the ages state much the same. It appears Queen Gunhildr was able to call upon its power at will.
Page Zildjian says then that would mean that a living vessel is required to wield the blade's true power. But that does not explain why it instead manifested in the form of Queen Gunhildr.
Mikoto says based on our experience in the Castrum and what we observed on the southern front, I believe the blade was imbued with the queen's memories in the form of ether at the moment of her death, and that the crystal focus was used to draw them out. Does that not sound familiar, Haven? Ether absorbed into a vessel, and thereafter used to call forth unspeakable monstrosities. Mikoto says precisely. It is a phenomenon quite similar to the Orosite we discovered. As you may recall, Argath harbored a burning desire to rule, which was made manifest in the ruins of Lusalia.
Bwagi says it was the same for my brother, Bygumlan. His guilt over the deaths of the prince and princess served as a catalyst for his own grisly transformation. Page Zildjian says, I see. From what we have learned of the Holy Blade thus far, it has much in common.
Mikado says this is merely conjecture, but I suspect that Save the Queen was actually crafted from Morrisite, and altered to amplify the desires of whoever wields it.
Marsak says, but who would be capable of such a feat?
Mikado says I cannot say with any certainty, but together with the crystal foci, it is reminiscent of ancient Allegan technology. How it found its way into the hands of Bosianus is anyone's guess.
Gerald says, now hold on a bleeding minute. Let me see if I'm understanding. You're saying that thing you saw in the castrum weren't no primal, but a mere sliver of the Queen's ether, what was left over in the blade?
Leoya says it seems like it. But on the other hand, Miss Ija can keep.
Gerald says, considering what it was designed for, that shade of the Queen is the least of our worry.
Mikoto says indeed. Miss Ija's ultimate goal is likely to become a vessel for the blade's power, much like the Queen did to avert the Fourth Umbral calamity. With apt preparation, Haven could likely vanquish this shade of Queen Gunhildr. But if Miss Ija should succeed in bringing the full power of the blade to bear, Leoya says, are you suggesting there's a chance she could lose? Impossible. Why, I can't even count the number of stories I've heard of Haven's god-slaying adventures. What's one more notch on her belt? Mikado says I would rather it not come to that. Thankfully, Miss Ija has yet to find a store of crystal suitable for her plan. And I doubt she will, for the time being, at least, if the blade was designed in like manner to the crystal foci. We must act now, while there is still time.
New entries have been added to the field record under collection in the duty section of the main menu.
Page Zildjian says, if Miss Ija yet lacks what is required to fulfill her plans, then we must either wrest the blade from her grasp or destroy it. Should the situation call for it, we may need to cut her down.
Mikoto says, what if it were possible to take both Miss Ija and the blade into our custody without conflict? As I understand it, there have been markedly fewer sightings of the Queen's apparition, correct?
Marsak says yes, and with good reason. With no means of combating such a foe, our troops have barely set foot outside.
Mikoto says, I believe that Miss Ija has her own reasons for making only sporadic appearances. She must use the crystal focus to conjure Queen Gunhildr, and therein lies the rub, for its reserves of ether are not without limitation.
Page Zildjian says, then perhaps she fears the crystal focus nears exhaustion. But what prevents her from simply restoring its ether and resume?
Leoya says, well, it just so happens the crystal focus requires ether of a very specific sort. We were only able to find one source, and that's still depleted from when we used it. Mikoto says, before we returned, Haven and I chanced to spy Miss Ija commanding Queen Gunhildr to enslave a group of soldiers, but the apparition vanished after turning only one of them. I suspect the crystal lacked the energies necessary to complete the task.
Gerald says that's all well and good, lass, but Miss Ija ain't no fool. Until she figures out how to get the crystal focus working again, she won't be showing.
Mikado says she will. At least, I think she will. Haven and I shared another vision.
Page Zildjian says, heading to the ruins in the midst of a storm.
Lelia says, well, it looks like that part of the vision is already coming true. Thunderclouds are gathering above the southern front, and a nasty downpour won't be far behind.
Beige Zildjian says then we must make ready before the rains come in earnest. I understand your trepidation, Mikoto, but you must have faith in your gift. We will stop, Misaija. Bwagi says it was not by Haven's hand alone that we survived our ordeal in Rebornister, lest you forget. We each have our part to play, and yours is no less important than... Chirot says, speaking of which, you'd best join the others and set out before the rains come.
Mikado says yes, of course.
Okay, so Mikoto.
Everything appears to be in order. Are you ready, Haven?
Upon speaking with Mikoto, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety.
Sounds good.
You must be a disciple of war or magic of level 80 or above to proceed.
I am.
Beige Zildjian says not another step. We have... Beige Zildjian says it's over, Misaija. We know for... Beige Zildjian says a trap.
Miss Ija says come out, Mikoto. I know. You thought your visions of the future would offer an advantage, but you are not the only one possessed of such gifts. Not any longer. A scholar you may be, but you were a fool to come here. Your precious knowledge will avail you not against the kiss of cold steel.
Marsak says do not be unnerved. Without the queen to aid them, victory.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Miss Ija says take no prisoners. I want them all dead.
Ooh, that was a bit dangerous. Hopefully I'm gonna have to do that. I don't have a way to heal. Wait, I have one person. Excuse me.
Admirable, but futile nonetheless. Ready the Delta armor.
Righteous says new Magita Karma. When did they find the time to? No matter. We've come too far to retreat now. Stalwart says we must divide and conquer. Blade dear. I will draw this one with attention.
Mikado says I will suit Miss Aja. The remaining Magitech armor is yours.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Damn. Let's try that again.
Mikado says.
Upon it is
Let's try that again, everybody.
Miss Aja says take no prisoners. I want them all. Miss Aja says admirable, but futile nonetheless. Ready the Delta armor.
Righteous says new Magitech armor. When did they find the time to? No matter. We've come too far to retreat now. Stalwart says we must divide and conquer. Lady dear. I will draw this one attention.
Mikado says I will suit Miss Aja. The remaining Magitech armor is yours.
Duty complete. Beautiful.
Miss Aija says, well, have you broken the lock yet?
Soldier says yes, mom. Opening it.
Gunbreaker says I hope you don't mind me butting in.
Beige Zuljan says Rostic. What are you doing? Rostic says I couldn't let you lot have all the fun.
Miss Aija says another one come crawling out of the woodwork. Miss Aija says Gunhildress blades, to me. You are to protect this blade with your lives. Mikoto says where are they going?
Rostic says go on ahead. Leave their toys. Waggy says we'll be right behind you. Now.
Delubrum Regalia is now available.
You can now participate in the 24-player duty Delubrum Regine. This duty can be joined solo, as a party, or as an alliance by speaking with Mikoto in the underground ruins or Saros in Gangos. Players will be matched automatically even after leaving the underground ruins or Gangos. It should be noted that, although this duty is in a separate instance, lost actions can still be used after entering. Be sure to prepare lost actions from the Lost Finds cache, as they may prove key to turning the tide of battle. You may also speak with Mikoto and Saros for further details about Delubrum Regine before entering the duty.
I will be right back. Oh, let me turn off my camera, then I'll be right back. Alright, we are back. Ah. There's a party finder for it?
Izari Famfrit says hi. Hadwig Ultros says cool smile.
Oh, I forgot to turn my camera back on. Oops.
Izari Famfrit says hi. Mello says hello.
Hello, Meadow.
Kabitan Hyperion says oh slash. Hadwig Ultros says in case you don't know, if you fail a mechanic you get a mark on you and when you get 2 you get doom and die. Nishida Excalibur says hello. Hadwig Ultros says hi.
Once it pops, what I'm going to be doing is I am going to be recording this for an instant YouTube video that will be posted probably tonight, actually. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do some edits just so it has a cool intro, cool outro. But other than that, it will be on my YouTube channel for size. So let's do this.
Hadwig Ultros says it's just something nice to know ahead of time, otherwise you'd be like why do I die and nothing is happening. Mello says and then get annoyed at that XP loss, underscore. AI Ultros says that's just content. Mello says, oh then your audience will love me, I'm trash at this game.
I can't do the Mandiver dance. Wolf. Did anybody ask you? How many of these do I have? How did I have 0? Oh no, I have 628 with the doctor. Oh my god. Why do I have 628 boiled eggs?
Izari Famfrit says lol. I'm gonna send that to Revna. Yay! So now let's start the recording.
Mikoto says extraordinary. To think such vast ruins could endure underground for all these years. I pray we can find Miss Ija before it's too late. How are we to pass? Do you feel that, Haven?
Hi, boss.
Is that? Heavens forfend. Careful, everyone.
That looks like a Dr. Cock, or however you say it.
Kabedon Hyperion says I forgot that I don't have melee pure essence.
Izari Famfrit says no worries.
Kabeden Hyperion says I'ma go as PCT next time.
Oh god, I'm the tank main.
Seeker says we are the DAs of the Baby Pub. We who fight as one. All trespass must be purged, in the name of the King.
Mikito says the burden path. Then this amalgamation of ether I senses. Oh no.
Voice says before our blame, you are nothing. Voice says you would forego our mercy, then suffer by our baleful blame.
Mikito says I recognize there. I mean, it's ether. But how could this work?
Voice says it's too late. Voice says we shall break you with fists of iron. Voice says you would forego our mercy, then suffer by our baleful blame. It's too late for you.
Oh no. Oh shit, what happened to provoke?
Voice says submit, that we might offer you a merciful end. Before our blade, you're nothing. Futile endeavor.
When I edit this, I'm gonna definitely have to add a death counter.
Voice says we shall break you with fists of iron. Voice says there is no need to fear the inevitable.
Says 3 as 1. Now and forever more.
Oh, that was only the first boss. Oh my god.
Mikoto says I care not for this strange energy emanating from the floor. Mikoto says watch your step. I sense something amiss here. Hadwig Ultros says this is a D&D player's worst nightmare. Mikoto says I think we are safe. For the moment, at least. Malos says where's my 10 feet pole? Hadwig Ultros says traps everywhere. Mikoto says that these creatures always live down here. I wonder. I wish we did not have to fight, but I fear they leave us little kids.
Uh-oh.
Mikoto says well fought, Haven. Mikoto says let us see where this portal leads.
Whee!
This way. It would seem they are intent on blocking our path.
Knight says fall. By all green gun goes the punishment for trespassing is death.
Mikoto says are we under the influence of sacred queen? I suppose we have no choice but to fight. says do not be fooled by his illusions. Look closely, and you will see the truth of their skeletons.
Knight says you shall perish long before our defenses are breached.
Mikado says this does not go well. Hey them. We have to stop them.
Knight says fall back. Fall back. The queen cannot be left unguarded.
Mikoto says they've retreated. Mikoto says if they were placed here to protect save the queen, then Miss Aija must be ahead. Quickly.
I'm curious to know how many times I died.
Mikoto says spirits? Even in death they are denied solace. Let us lay them to rest.
Phantom says he dares disturb our slumber.
Oh my god.
souls may rest.
Damn.
Mello says 5 times.
Kabeden Hyperion says if you want, you can focus target on me.
Mikado says have care where you step. I sense more foul magics nearby. Isari Famfrit says for this one you need to control your temperature. So, if you get 1 ice, you need to get 1 fire and so forth. Mikado says these stairs appear to be safe.
Kabeden Hyperion says a.
Mikado says careful. There may yet be more traps here.
I believe the worst is past. Though there is still no sign of Miss Ija. Isari Famfrit says there will be a part where arrows appear and you'll need to watch the ground to see what path they take. You want the opposite temperature of what you have. Mikoto says another of the tempered blades. Gods, what has Miss Ija done?
Are we all here? Mikado.
Avowed says death to those who gave it by decree. So it is decreed, and so it shall be.
Isari Famfrit says another part watch where her sword is to see where you need to stand. Mikado says more souls may thrall to Miss Ija. Why did it come to this?
The voice says no matter the cost, you must be done.
Avowed says a ring of ice and fire upon thee.
Mikado says its magics have destabilized our thermoregulatory. Ahem. We must return our body temperatures to normal.
How do I get ice? How do I get ice?
Perhaps these ethereal agglomerations could help us if we feel overly hot or cold. Seek one his temperatures and opposing extremity.
Voice says surrender now and perhaps we will show mercy.
Avowed says the queen's decree must needs be fulfilled. We obey this chain of events if we must.
Mikado says they've been playing. Fall back. Hey. Mello says a new line.
Voice says I have the left.
Oh, thank God.
Kabeden Hyperion says a.
Voice says like animals to slaughter, we shall cut them down.
I need Casper Moon to find ice.
Very well. Perhaps you would rather fall by our sword.
Mikado says its magics have warped the blade somehow.
cloud says let our magic become flesh, an adaptable vessel to fulfill the queen's will.
Voice says no matter the cost, you must be dealt with.
I need to find
Voice
fire.
says you got no power.
The cloud says let our magic become flesh, an adaptable vessel to fulfill the queen's will.
Voice says surrender now and perhaps we will show mercy.
The cloud says we have failed our duty, our queen.
Mikado says these ruins are endless. Where could she be?
That was nothing like that was tough as hell.
Mikado says what is that light?
By the god, she's become a vessel.
Queen says I am Gunhill. I am queen. Bosnia is mine to rule, now and forevermore.
Mikado says she's become a vessel for the Blade's power. Haven, I'm afraid she must be slain. There is no other way.
Queen says Lady of Blades, bring forth my betrayers. Purify their hearts, and return them to glory. Queen says hearken now to the clarion call of war. The time for battle has come.
Mikado says prepare yourself. Haven. She compels them to march.
Oh, I've got Doom.
Queen says you think yourself Never again shall Bozia come to harm. I will not allow it. Mine is the just path, the righteous path, and I will not suffer a second betrayal.
Mikito says you're alright, everyone?
Queen says how can this be? No, I will not let it end like this. Queen said Lady of Grace, I beseech you, grant me the strength to overcome our oppressors, to reclaim what is rightfully ours. Queen says your queen is spoken. Now, march. Dire consequences await those who defy me.
Mikito says as strange as this may sound, I suspect we must march as well if we mean to avoid coming to harm.
Subjects. Says your queen is spoken. Now, march. Queen says dire consequences await those who defy me. To be defied, says a.
Oh my god.
Forbidden Hyperion says wrong direction.
Izari Famfrit says GG.
Forbidden Hyperion says GG.
Adian Ultra says GG. Hadwig Ultra says nice GG.
Forbidden Hyperion says
Mello says GG. Nishi.Excalibur says GG.
Nice. Everybody left, so I can't endorse anybody.
Thorn Leviathan says SHB. Izari Famfrit says time-worn parts and raw emotions depending on what step you're on.
Beige Zildjian says Blade Tier. Mikito.
Excuse me,
Marsak says is she?
Melos says tip. You can double up if you're a mad woman like me and get all steps set up at the same time.
Beige Zildjian says let us take her with us back to Tia's Aegis without delay. I fear Imperial reinforcement.
Izari Famfrit says that's me too haha. Hadwig Ultras says oh yeah I kinda had that going for a bit skeptical except this step lol. But anyways I should make dinner Subai Taif. Oh slash.
Beige Zildjian says it was far from easy, but thanks to the two of you, we have succeeded in But it was a victory bought with great sacrifice. Under the blade's influence, many of Gunhild blades were transformed beyond recognition. At least now their suffering is at an a heavy loss for the resistance, 'tis true, but having wrested save the Queen from the hands of the 4th Legion, we may resume our offensive unimpeded. And we must do so quickly, while they remain few in number.
Mikito says what will become of Misaja?
Marsak says for now, she will remain in solitary confinement. First and foremost we must deal with the threat of the 4th Imperial Legion. Once they have been routed, she will be made to stand trial for her crimes.
Kabeden Hyperion says I'm back.
Marsak says espionage, primal summoning, the tempering of Gunhild blades. Beige Zildjian says as do many of our people, I would say. For it was the callousness and cruelty of those seeking the glory of our forebears that drove her to side with the Empire. Nevertheless, it is no excuse.
Izari Famfrit says what's your YouTube haven? Are you going again?
Beige Zildjian says as for Save the Queen, it should go without saying we mustn't allow it to fall into the wrong hands. Rostic says I thought perhaps it could be destroyed, but I've yet to leave so much as a scratch on the accursed. Page Zildjian says I think it best if you were to take it, Mikoto. No doubt its study would prove a most illuminating experience for you. Unless, of course, you would rather it be locked to.
Voice says Mikado, no. Izari Famfrit says welcome.
Marsak says Mikoto. Is something wrong?
Kabitan Hyperion says oh slash.
Mikoto says no. No, I am fine.
Page Zildjian says then I bid you return to Gangos and rest. Bwagi says what in the world?
Vasai Hyperion says hello everyone. D.
Elso says about damn time. Now that we command a scout.
Melos says welcome. Are you trapped in time-worn artifacts too?
Page Zildjian says quickly. Linatus says at last, victory is within our.
Kabitan Hyperion says I'm trapped in Raw Emotions Farm.
A path to rest.
Vasai Hyperion says not really, I'm just trying to progress Kith the Bozia story.
Melos says yeah, fair.
Marsak says gods preserve us. I did not think they would go so far as to though the odds are stacked against us, we have come too far to abandon our home. I will send word to Lord Hian, that we may begin preparations to make a final stand. If we fail, it will be the end for Bosnia. When the final battle is upon us, I pray we can count on your aid one last.
You can now exchange Bozia and coins for gear by speaking with the resistance supplier at Gangos.
That's cool.
For subsequent ventures into Delubrum Regine, speak with Saros and Gango.
Nice.
Blatia. We have at last determined the whereabouts of the 4th Legion's remaining installation here in Bosnia. Our scouts reported sightings of their forces rallying at Zadna to the north, which seems to indicate that Castrum Lacus Litore has been abandoned. We deployed our vanguard to advance on the enemy's stronghold, but the way is barred by a fleet of warships. Now that Queen Gunhild no longer poses a threat, Page Zildjian intends to deploy the troops previously held in reserve. We will be joining them in Zadna shortly. Our first port of call is Camp of Delnis. When you are ready, Scheros will escort you there.
That's cool. And there's a quest right over here too.
Kriv says Blade Tier, yes? I don't believe we've met. My name is Kriv. I understand you are familiar with the fruits of my research in memory. As a matter of fact, our quartermasters have told me much of your findings on the front lines. And thanks to said findings, we believe it now possible to expand the Lost Finds holster even further than previously believed. Though I suppose it's only fair we give credit to the Garleans, albeit begrudgingly. You see, in salvaging gear and supplies from the front, we discovered their uniforms are made using synthetic fibers that are remarkably non-conductive to ether. We believe it may be suitable for insulating the holster, thus allowing us to safely increase its capacity. Unfortunately, we are struggling to procure sufficient quantities of the material to test our theories. With your help, however, I believe we may be able to put them to the proof. We require more of their synthetic fabric to see our work complete. If you should find anywhere next you leave to the front lines, please bring it back to us.
Garlean synthetic fabric can be obtained by participating in skirmishes and critical engagements in Save the Queen areas.
Cool. What do you have? One man threat, okay.
Gerald says made it back in one piece, Haven? Same goes for Miss Ija, except she's been taken off to the jails. I suppose that's the last. Zlatan says that Save the Queen should be returned to us at last. Words cannot well express, ahem. But that is not to say our work is finished. Gerald says we were lucky enough to be given a look at the blade itself. To say it's perfect is a damned understatement, and its capacity for memories unlike anything I've ever seen. A quality I reckon's worth trying to. Zlatan says we could never hope to match the efficacy of Save the Queen, there is no denying that. But if there is even the slimmest possibility of improving the resistance weapons, we. Gerald says and if all goes to plan, we can do a mite more than simply increasing their power. I see no reason why the memories can't be used to better attune the weapons to the one.
Rigana says excuse me, but I think I misheard you. Did you say that the resistance weapons can not only be refined, but tailored specifically to Haven's preferred style of.
Gerald says in theory. The finer details can be hammered out later. First, we need to see about increasing the.
Rigana says I see. Might you humor me with further explanation of your plans? There may be something in my research that proves of use in the refinement process.
Gerald says Rowena's got me in enough of a bind as it is, and relying on one of her lackeys is only gonna make things worse. Then again, I haven't much of a say in them. But sod all that for now, let's talk about the job at hand. If any of this is going to work, I'll have to recast your weapon. I've got a shape in mind, so while I'm ready in the forge, I need you to go and gather more memories of the dying.
I had nothing.
Gerald says bugger me if I knew where to find him, though. Might be old Zatro here can. No, that ain't right.
Excuse me.
Zlatan says for the last time, my name is. Never mind. If it please you, Blade Tier, we may.
Cool. And there's a quest right here.
As Gerald mentioned before, We would ask you to gather more memories while we see to preparations for a new weapon cut. With regard to what manner of memory would be appropriate for this latest endeavor, we may...
A new resistance weapons quest is now available from Zlatan. In order to accept the quest change,
Oh. Oh, I don't have my soul crystal equipped.
please note that upon completing the quest change of arms, you will receive
What
a
is-
resistance
what is
weapon
it
for a
for?
paladin.
I have to look this up. So this is the next list. Oh, that's the Crystal Tower one.
Please ensure you have changed to your desired job before speaking with Slot.
Are you ready to seek out memories for your weapon? Excellent. Zlatan says we have come to the conclusion that those formed at a moment of great peril, such as some manner of large-scale assault, would best suit our purposes. Zlatan says battles on the southern front will no doubt suffice, but I imagine a worldly adventurer such as yourself can think of other places to find them. If you can track down 15 such memories, we should be well on our way to forging a new weapon for you.
Loathsome memories of the dying can be obtained by... They may also be obtained...
Zlatan.
Loathsome They may also...
Arrows.
You now have access to Zadner. To embark, please...
Commander says Blade dear. What news from the front lines? Commander says were there not other soldiers to account for it, I would believe your report a work of fiction. The troops will no doubt be inspired when they hear of your accomplishments. I look forward to hearing more of your continued success in the field.
Razlamia says 70% bottom. You attain resistance rank 13.
Commander says before you go. I am pleased to report our quartermaster has seen fit to expand your Lost Finds holster. I trust you will put our additional stock of resources to good use. I should also mention that research on the forgotten fragments is proceeding apace, and our appraisers are confident they can identify a greater variety of fragments. I pray they will be of use to you in battle. If you have nothing else to report, I will not keep you. Unless, of course, there is more to tell of your endeavors on the front lines. I suspected as much. Well, let's have it then. The troops will no doubt be inspired when they hear of your accomplishments. I look forward to hearing more of your continued success in the field.
Razlamia says 50% bottom. You attain resistance rank 14. Arcalultros says 65 top.
Commander says before you go. I am pleased to report our quartermaster has seen fit to expand your Lost Finds holster. I trust you will put our additional stock of resources to good use. I should also mention that research on the forgotten fragments is proceeding apace, and our appraisers are confident they can identify a greater variety of fragments. I pray they will be of use to you in battle. If you have nothing else to report, I will not keep you.
Oh god, I hope I'm not the only one.
Secretary.
Razlamia says 28% bottom. Arcalultros says 40 top. Arcalultros says 15. Razlamia says 10% bottom.
my god, I lost 2,000 metal there. What? What the hell? Can't move. gonna die.
Knight Excalibur says thanks.
Where are we? Okay, we're not that far from base.
Arcalultros says SW pressed. Oh. I thought critical engagements give you... Arcalultros says E and W pressed.
Where do I find that? Let's look that up. What's it called? Let me post that for you. I did not get anything for that. Interesting. Either way, let's go to MSQ. Consider it as my Dragoon. If I can. Let's kid. Hi, Kyle.
Pearl says welcome back, Haven. We were so terribly worried about you. Curl says though it is plain I have caused my own fair share of worry, and for that, I apologize. Hi Dylan called to me that day when you entered the Tower of Babil. Her pleas were faint but desperate, and I knew it when she required a vessel to carry out her will. What came after feels like a dream barely remembered. My body flowing through the light stream toward Garlemald. Maud.
Wow.
When I regained consciousness, I was all aches and frostbite, exhausted of ether. So exhausted, in fact, I could only laugh, for it was in that moment I understood Raha's weariness from the Tower of Sot. With that I could laugh at a time like this. Though we prevented Zodiark from being unleashed upon the world, I am curious to know what else took place there on the moon. Perhaps we should wait for the others to join us before you give your account. Let us reconvene in the main hall once they've arrived.
Into the main hall. And then we have a cutscene.
Alize says sorry to have kept you all waiting. Ishtola says not at all. We understand you've been quite... Curl says will Oriange be joining us?
Thancred says duty keeps him away, I'm afraid, though Haven can explain. Alphino says the final days, as befell Amon. Tia says and we're to escape via the moon? What of the source and its reflect? Estinian says I've no intention of standing by while the world, so, how do we stop this?
Ishtola says unfortunately, we have no answer. Ishtola says if the celestial currents have grown stagnant, as was the case in the time of Amorod, the solution would be to alter the flow of ether throughout the entirety of the star. Ishtola says the ancients accomplished this by summoning Zodiark, sacrificing half the star's population in the doing. But it should go without saying that such a sacrifice must not, cannot, which leaves us with the daunting task of identifying the underlying catalyst for the final days, a feat which even the Immortines could not accomplish. Unfortunately, we found no clues in Mare Lamentor.
Alphino says there is still much we do not know about the catastrophe itself, let alone what may have. The final days were marked by the corruption of the Immortines' creation magics, but we command no such power. Which invites the question, what havoc is in store for us? Alphino says if we knew that much, perhaps we could draw some parallel with the events of the past, and thereby form some semblance of...
Ishtola says perhaps we should start with the Forum, then. Having worked with the Loporites in secret all this time, there is surely more they can... Tataru says forgive the interruption, but I've urgent... The Forum is holding a public assembly in the plaza outside. Some sort of announcement. Alize says what is father up to now? Curl says there's only one way to find out.
Order! Order, I say! I thank you all for gathering here on such short notice. This day we must speak of grave affairs and their implications for the future of Sharlayan, nay, of this very star. Said affairs concern all citizens, and so we have called for a public assembly. You may have heard rumors of the Telophoroi and the havoc these madmen wreak abroad. Under normal circumstances, we would pay little heed to petty disturbances outside our borders. The final days, however, are another matter altogether. For we dare not ignore these prophetic words of Eld. The Endbearers will come, ushering chaos and calamity. The final days descend and devour the very star.
I've never heard this prophecy.
Is it true? Will all that really happen?
Calm yourselves. The time has come to speak of the Forum's most sacred duties. But first...
Give voice to the voiceless. Let bindings be unbound. By unanimous decree, I declare the enchantment broken.
Master Leveilleur, if you would.
Very well. "270 years ago, our forebears began an expedition in the Dravanian hinterlands, in search of a route to access the ethereal sea. This much is public knowledge. Their findings, however, would become the Forum's most closely guarded secret. What those researchers discovered in the hinterlands was not a passage unto the ethereal sea, but the very heart of our star, and Hydaelyn herself. She spoke to them of a calamity that would extinguish all life, and of a means by which we might be spared. The moon. 'Tis in truth a gargantuan vessel built to serve as sanctuary for her children and deliver them from this doom. Much like Nunkref's hope in ages past, it will bear the people of a world in the throes of death to a new home.
Needless to say, this will be no small undertaking. To facilitate the great work, the Forum has maintained close contact with the servants of Hydaelyn, who presently reside on the moon. Convinced that the foretold end was all but inevitable, we began amassing a wealth of knowledge, not merely for the betterment of our nation, but in preparation for the journey to come.
You reveal this to us now? By the gods, how long do we have?
While we cannot say with certainty, we believe the hour to be nigh. We received a transmission from the moon suggesting as much not long ago. Which is why we must in earnest begin preparations for the Great Exodus. For his impressive contributions and the leadership he demonstrated during our withdrawal from Dravania, we have elected Master Leveilleur to oversee this initiative.
Fellow scribes and scholars, my countrymen, we face a threat of unprecedented scale. We must challenge the trials before us with composure and conviction if we are to find salvation. The wisdom of Sharlayan has ever been a shining beacon in the darkness, and so it shall continue to be. It is our solemn charge to see our heritage preserved for future generations. For those who will come after, we will brave a new frontier.
Administrative edicts will be relayed to all major institutions ere long. In the meantime, carry on with your duties. With that, I hereby call this assembly to a close.
Do you remember what Mother told us when we visited home? That it wasn't until after we were born that Father seemed to lose himself in his work. If that great work of his was the evacuation of this star, then...
Yes. It wasn't for his benefit. Would you mind waiting here a moment? I wish to speak with Father before we leave. Thank you. I shan't be long.
If it's all the same to you, I have a few choice words to share with Father as well.
So, come to call us cowards and bid us join your fruitless battle against the inevitable.
Nay, we do not object to the Forum's proposal. On the contrary, those who wish to flee have every right to do so. Urianger is cooperating with your associates on the moon to ensure that all is ready should evacuation be our only recourse.
Then whatever your business, I suggest you be brief.
Though we cannot boast the boundless wisdom of Sharlayan, we have first-hand knowledge of foreign cultures, and have conversed with no small number of peoples. These experiences have taught us fundamental truths that cannot be recorded in any tome, nor charted on any map. The beating heart of this planet is its people, many of whom would give anything, even their lives, to protect the lands they love. Many may choose to join you in the end. But what of those unwilling or unable, for whom escape will never be an option? What would you have them do? To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, Father. It is indolence. This is why we choose to fight.
We'll not ask for your understanding, Father. Only that you don't turn a blind eye to the good we have done. That we can still do. We're not children in need of protection. Hold fast to your principles and let the world burn if it please. But we believe there is still another way.
How do we
And
live
if
in a
there
world
is,
where
we
class gonna be
will
best?
find it. You see if we don't.
Do as you will. Just stay out of our way.
Were he not so consumed with self-righteousness, he might tell you how proud he is of you both.
Bold words call for bold action. And there'll be no turning to your father should plans go awry.
As if I ever would. So long as there are those who wish to stay and fight for this star, we have to do what we can to help them.
And if we're to do that, we'll need to be well rested. Wouldn't you agree? And having triumphed over what we once thought to be the source of all evil, I can think of no one in greater need of at least a dozen winks.
Shall we then? To the Annex. To prepare for tomorrow.
I totally missed this entire cutscene. What is my highest level? Is it? That's level 84. Let's just quickly do leveling, because that should give it to me. Forget about it. Oh my god. uh... That's cool. I wonder if I can go fishing here. I can go fishing here. Tycoon. Thousand miles of attack. Lovely.
Umeko Lamia says evening.
Adron Lamia says oh slash.
A huge playtime. Oh my god. Uh, 0.28. Wow. Is a triple triad mount? Zero 0.5% for that last one.
Umekolania says GG. Magica Famprit says GG.
Um, 59%, so that give me enough. Yay.
Sunchika says Kryle tells me the forum made a rather momentous announcement. So there's to be a great exodus, is there? Sunchika says I'm reminded of my narrow escape from the Isle of Val. The realization, the running, the mixture of relief and regret after. Why me? I asked myself. Why me? Why us? Why now? Why wonder? There's no use fretting over the cosmic morality or lack thereof. We're here, and we'll get through this together. And who knows, maybe my luck will rub off and grant everyone a narrow escape. There's no harm in praying for as much. Oh, but enough of my rambling, I'm sure you're exhausted. Your chamber awaits.
A visitor has come knocking at your door. Whoever could it be?
It's going to be Stoli. Hi, Stoli.
You're still awake. Good. Might I trouble you to stand still for a moment? Nothing appears out of the ordinary. A precautionary measure. You will recall that serving as a vessel for abundant light in the First very nearly ended poorly. In your recent battle on the moon, you were almost certainly exposed to similar, if not greater, forces. Fortunately, from what I can see, you and your ether are none the worse for wear. Would that Reen were here to confirm my assessment. To think you actually found yourself in a direct confrontation with Zodiark. As if Xenos gallivanting about in your body was not misfortune enough. Did you so grossly offend every single deity in a past life that they saw fit to place a curse upon your soul? Forgive me. That was in poor taste. I recall vividly how battered and broken it was in the depths of Amarant. Would that you could have seen it with your own eyes. Mayhap then you would understand why the greater part of me is glad you did not. It was a horror beyond description. Promise me you will be careful, that you will seek my counsel if you feel unwell. That puts my heart at ease, if only a touch. I suspect it will grow colder as the night wears on, so do be sure to stay warm. Sleep well, May the shadows keep you.
That's such a good quote. I want to see if I can add that as a quote. That's my very first quote. Wow.
Thank the gods that tower is gone. The sight of it was enough to make me sick.
Thank the Ilsabar contingent, more like. Word is, they fought their way into Garlemald and toppled the bloody thing themselves. Not just the one, neither. All the towers have up and vanished.
Aye, I heard the same. Commander Aldin and his troops helped keep casualties to a minimum, too. But is it true? They brought back tempered Gallian soldiers.
As Commander Aldin tells it, they've a treatment for that now. But don't you worry. Cured or not, they've no plans to bring them into the city proper.
I see. Well, that's a relief then. I know we've brothers and sisters among the lot, but I can't say I'm eager to welcome them home.
Wanted to think about it for a while yet. They're to be looked after in Alagana for the time being.
I like it. Looks so pretty.
Oh, excuse me.
Another day, another commission of paramount importance. Well, what have we here?
I tried tempura tacos for dinner.
Yum.
Hey, are you all right?
It was delicious.
Was that? No. The shadows play tricks, nothing more.
"27 people in front of me."
Wow.
The threat is abated, and yet, why does it feel as though it's about to get much?
I'm about to unlock a new dungeon.
Mike and Revnong has
I'll help you with that dungeon.
Venice Bali.
I will help you with that dungeon.
So I did leveling. Guess what my leveling was for the day?
Sunken Temple of Quarm.
No, I wish. I think that would have actually been a higher level dungeon.
It's Stasha.
Nope. It was 1,000 Mars.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Tataru Zezo.
But I got my Dragoon up
I
to
was just
84.
about to call for you.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm afraid we've received another
Yeah, I did
call
leveling
for assistance.
with my
This
Dragoon
one
because
comes from Radzathan.
that way I was able to get my Dragoon up to 84, so I could do I could continue in the MSQ with Dragoon.
The others have assembled in the main hall to discuss the situation. You must join them at once.
Head to the main hall. Looks like we're off to Radzathan.
Krill says, there you are. Our worst fears have come to pass. But moments ago, we received grim tidings from our contact in Radzathan. Vile beasts have appeared as if out of nowhere, claiming one victim after the next. What's more, they say the very sky burns above them.
Oh, is this a really sad part of the game? Is this the part
Yes.
where I think this is?
Alphino says, good gods. Are the final days...
Krill says it would appear so. Sadly, that is all the information we have at present. No doubt the people of Radzathan are busy fighting for their lives. Alizé says then we must go at once. They need...
Tia says agreed. Gryle, you'd best remain here with Tataru and gather what knowledge you can. You are in no
I
condition
feel like
for
my
a
camera's not positioned right.
It's
Krill says...
at an angle.
Similar phenomena may have been observed elsewhere, and if so, we must know about it.
Oops. No, I do want it to be 0. Nope,
Be safe
that's
out
not
there,
right.
yes?
Thancred says let us make first for Yadlimad. We must prepare ourselves for what...
So I have 200 quests in MSQ left, eh?
And lo, vile beasts did rise.
I mean, that makes sense.
I just never thought I would actually get this close to being to the
Leaving
close to the end of the
naught in their wake
MSQ,
but blood and ash.
right?
Sun scorches earth and boils seas. And our sins ascend unto the heavens. 3 dooms to unmake all we were.
The sky burns. The final days are truly upon us.
My friends, I trust you
Yeah,
have
how
heard the
many
news.
is left in Dawntrail, I wonder?
We have.
I have
What can you tell
exactly
us of the
100 in
situation, Your
Dawntrail.
Excellency?
No, into Dawntrail. Which means that up to 7.18, I think is what we're on.
Last
There's
night,
100
the isle
quests
was
in
rocked by
Dawntrail.
tremors, and the earth itself cried out. Aloft, the heavens began to burn. From all about, unholy beasts, the likes of which we had never seen, came forth in fury and rage. No. To say they came forth would be inexact. The people of Radzat-Han themselves transformed into these baleful fiends. Though the phenomenon was observed throughout our lands, the first creature, the largest and most dreadful of the lot, wrought havoc upon us here in our fair city. Though they bear superficial resemblance to divinities of legend, they are ungodly.
Did you see what I sent you? What I sent you in over Facebook while you were napping? About the
large
eggs?
one's rampage has since taken it to the northern
Yes.
reaches of the island. I mean to dispatch our radiant host in an attempt to quell the threat.
Yeah, I got officially blamed for the price of eggs at this grocery store. Because of my retainer.
Makes for the north of his own accord, and yet he knows the blasphemy and its minions were but yesterday his beloved people. I pray his boundless compassion and mercy does not deter him from taking unenviable but necessary action.
Understood. I ask that you allow us to aid you in quelling this threat.
You would risk your lives to help us yet again? I have no words to express my gratitude. Our regiments approach the north from several directions, with a number of units set to depart from the docks of Yedlimat. They will make landfall in an area of dense jungle, where one can expect to encounter dangers even beyond the fell beasts we hunt. I leave you to your preparation. You will find me at the docks when you are ready to depart.
We're as prepared as we'll ever be. Let's go.
A human says everyone has assembled, yes? I thank you for lending us your aid in our battle against the blasphemy. Let us review our... I would have you board this boat and circle around to the north side of the island. There you will find a dense jungle we call Vanaspati. It is a sacred wood, home to many temples and a number of villages. The True and the Radiant host have gone there ahead of us. I ask that you join them, and do all in your power to destroy this blasphemy.
Ben's party is now available.
Oh. What are you playing as?
Dragoon.
Okay, I'll go as a healer.
Let me just clear the selection. Oh, that's a level 85. I have to do it as a tank.
Yeah. No.
Is that okay though?
Yeah, no, that's
or
fine.
Or should I wait until? Oh wait, my how close am I for my Dragoon? I'm 20% for my Dragoon. If we do, we want to try and do anything else? So I can maybe get my Dragoon up to 85, so we don't have to.
I mean, that depends on what do you want to do.
That would probably be smarter.
What do you want to do?
It'd probably be smarter not to tank it.
It doesn't really matter to me, but what do you want to do to bring your character up?
Yeah, that's something that we can get the Moogle stuff for.
Do you have a main scenario, or did you already do it?
I have not done the main scenario.
Okay, so do main scenario from the daily roulette. Hopefully we get Pray, and that should help level your Dragoon.
Well, no matter what, I should get 44% with MSQ because it's because of the roulette. Which 44% would give me up to 65%. Come on, tank. Play. And if I eat, that should give me an extra 3% as well, right?
The ultimate weapon will almost certainly be housed in the depths of the complex. This is it, my friend.
Been a long time since I've done main scenario.
Shards Lane says Oslash.
Her tank already DC'd?
Yep. After how long it took him to queue up, too.
Who wants to...
Setting? It's under settings,
Once.
right? No.
It says we need to make our way down.
We don't have to
There
wait.
to be a terminal for the lift up ahead.
We'll give him some time.
Tanking LOL.
There he is.
That's a mentor, too.
I tell ya.
Here it says, if you care to take the van, I'll follow.
I think the last time you probably did play was probably the last Moogle Tombstone event.
Probably.
So they still haven't given a release date for 7.2 yet, eh?
They won't.
All they said is it will be a Tuesday in March.
Probably the last Tuesday in March.
You think it'll be the last Tuesday?
Mm-hmm. really care if you all stand in the AoE.
I couldn't remember if it would trigger the movie or not when I stepped in, so I figured I would stop.
That's fine.
Ah, yes. Bailsa says, Sid, my boy. There is something I always meant to tell you, yet the time never seemed right. It concerns your father. Sid says, what of him? Bailsa says in the winter of his years, Midas came to abhor his part in Meteor. He told me that he wanted nothing more than to wash his hands of the whole sword. Sid says but he did not wash his hands of it. He helmed the project until the day it killed. Bailsa says come now, Sid you must know that he did not have the luxury of choice. By the time he realized his error, it was too late. Meteor had him shortly before his transformation, mayhap sensing that something was amiss, your father confided to me all the regrets of his life. Most of them. Early on in your career, he realized that while you had a talent for devising armaments, it would never fulfill you. Long before you knew your own mind, he saw that you would be far happier using your knowledge for peaceful purposes, and the thought touched him. He was a changed man for it, though. He could not let it show. Sid says you ripped open walls in this place just so you could say this to me? What is it you want? Bailsa says I want you at my side, Sid. Take up your father's mantle, and become the Empire. Sid says my father had a change of heart, you said so yourself. Besides, I have long known my destiny, and I assure you. Bailsa says a pity dots and what of you, adventurer? Will you not consider, with your powers joined to mine, we might do much for this realm. Together, we could bring order to Eor's ear, and usher in a No? And I can expect no better answer than this. So be it. It was your strength that made me proffer my hand in friendship, and it is your strength that makes me proffer now my blade. Save as an ally, you are too dangerous. Run, Sid. Or stay. It makes no matter. Sid says Gaius, wait, damn it.
Oops.
I'll examine the equipment for intelligence. Press on, I'll let you know if I learn anything.
That boss gave me 1.5% of my level.
Well, would you look at this? It's the armor we borrowed for our mission at Castrum Sentry.
Too high of a level to receive
I
anymore.
don't know what is. Go on, strap yourself
But
in
that's
and raise
because
hell.
I forgot to eat for that fight.
Well, eat now.
I can't until I leave my mech.
Oh.
That bulkhead is composed of a special alloy. Extremely tough. Ordinary fire won't leave a mark. It says you'll need to divert all power to the Magitech cannon, as I did at Cast. The armor's core is like to expire from the strain, but there's no help for it if we want to press on. Now, listen well. Press the control, engage ancillary, then fire away. Don't mind the warning light. It says you're an arteral at this. Alright, the way's clear, but it's just you and your own tooth.
Eat. I don't see a food icon next to your name. We also didn't pop the free company bonus XP either.
No, we didn't.
Oh well. So for those consequences.
You've been leaving a fine mess in your wake. It says, is someone there?
Why do my hands look so weird in this?
Says Garland, old friend. How it warms the heart to hear your voice. Sid says, Nero? Is that you? Skavar says you sound well. It would seem this It says the highest ranking tribunus of the 14th it was. Skavar says tell me, Garland. It says what? You've lost me. Scavos says don't play the fool with me. Ever since the academy, I have been by all objective measure, I was the more talented of the two of us, yet that fact counted for naught beside your privileged birth. You were admired as the young prodigy simply because your father was the great Midas Nangarlond. Scavos says when you defected, I felt sure but by disappearing, you acquired the status of a legend, your reputed genius gaining credence merely by dint of your absence. Instead of cursing you for a traitor, the people actually came to think of you more fondly. To this day, you are still the young prodigy of I, meanwhile, have ever been made to feel second-rate, I who have continued to serve our nation faithfully. Whenever I fail to excel, why, it is only to be expected. Yet when I exceed all reasonable expectations, people proclaim that I walk in the footsteps. Sid says Nero, I don't know what to say. Scavos says it matters not a whit what I achieve. Your existence has rendered mine worthless. Even Lord Van Balesar saw fit to offer you a place at his side, and this in spite of your betrayal. Did he extend any such offer to me, the man who has remained loyal to him for all these? Long have I endured this injustice, but no. Lord Van Balesar is in the midst of activating the fully powered Ultima weapon. It is my magnum opus, the creation that will win me the recognition I am due. I will not let anyone... Sid says Nero. What are you, Dash? Scavos says ever since I first set foot in this benighted land, I have watched you, every move you have made. You have felled icons, a feat made possible by the Echo, a peculiar power which shields you from their corrupting influence. It is of little wonder that my lord has taken an interest in you. As have I, if truth be told. It is my desire to harness your power for use in the... Should I succeed, Lord Van Balesar will surely take notice. Beside this, Garlon's achievements will be... Scavos says come, adventurer, and yield to me.
I'll let you in here until you eat.
I ate.
Okay. You're all good.
Scavos says I have taken the liberty of preparing an electrifying stage for you. I will lay Garlond low, for the first time at the Scavos says meet one of my creations. You might find it at my foot. I will not suffer to be in another's shadow. This changes nothing. Ah ha 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 ha. The ultimate weapon is activated, and it brims with the power of icons.
Why is it taking
What?
debit card so long to charge my card after I purchase something?
So it says, are you alright?
Did it do?
What of Nero? Fled? Damn it.
What was the program or app?
The instruments detected a massive power
My debit
surge
card.
from the deepest chamber.
Oh.
Gaius is certain to be there.
It's taking like
We have no time.
3 days to charge it after I've purchased
Word
something.
arrived from the Alliance a short
Maybe
while
they
ago.
didn't actually run the
It seems
purchase.
Order of
Maybe
the
you got
Twin
it for
Adder
free.
has completed its blockade of Castrum Cent. What
No, because I
house
get text
is the
messages whenever I
excellent
use
as
my
you
debit
say,
card.
and likewise for the
Yeah.
Maelstrom. All that's left is to destroy
And
the
I
alchemy.
bought clothes 3 days ago, and it just
I should
now
warn
charged
you,
my
the
card.
chamber which houses
Wow.
the target appears to be
I don't know if that's because I use Apple Pay.
There's bound to be
No,
heavy
because Apple Pay
interference, but
is
even if we
usually
lose
6 hours.
contact, you must
Because
go
I use
on.
Apple
I
Pay.
thought so.
Do anything
I
wouldn't
use
do.
Apple Pay for absolutely everything.
I mean, I do too, so
Yeah.
I just find it weird.
So that gave me 2.5 or 2.68%.
You're gonna get like 15 million XP at the end of this.
I know. I'll get 44%.
Look for the lips control panel. It'll be somewhere nearby. Take the lip down, and you should find yourself in the chamber of the Ultima weapon. Keep your eyes peeled. Gaius could be waiting for you down there. Oh, and don't even think about dying. You're too bloody useful. The interference is getting worse. I don't think the connection will last much.
Tell me, for whom do you fight? Do you believe in Eorzea? Eorzea's unity is forged of falsehoods. Its city-states are built on deceit, and its faith is an instrument of deception. It is not but a cobweb of lies. To believe in Eorzea is to believe in nothing. In Eorzea, the beast tribes often summon gods to fight in their stead, though your comrades only rarely respond in kind. Which is strange, is it not? Are the 12 otherwise engaged? I was given to understand they were your protectors. If you truly believe them your guardians, why do you not repeat the trick that served you so well in Cartano and call them down? They will answer, so long as you lavish them with crystals and gorge them on ether. Your gods are no different.
I think
from
today's the
those
first day neither of us played any Apex.
Everyone, except for this, and you will
True.
see how Eorzea's
In like 2 weeks, right?
Nor is this unknown to your masters, which prompts the question, why do they cling to these false deities? What drives even men of learning, even the great Louis Swan, to grovel at their feet? The answer? Your masters lack the strength to do otherwise. to mean anything, man must own the world. To this end, he hath fought ever to raise himself through conflict, to grow rich through conquest. And when the dust of battle settles, it is ever the strong who dictate the fate of the weak. Knowing this, but a single path is open to the infinite ruler, that of false worship, a path which leads to innovation and death. Only a man of power can rightly steer the course of civilization. And in this land of creeping mendacity, that one truth will prove its salvation. Come, champion of Eorzea, face me. Your defeat shall serve as proof of my readiness to rule. It is only right that I should take your realm, for none among you has the power to stop me.
I'm not the tank.
Oh, where is Tank?
In the cutscene. No? There he is.
He's running.
Bailsa says let us dance, champion Evader's here.
And the fuck are you doing?
Dying.
Funny how we all move.
You know, I'm actually curious how big the radius is, because if you ever play with the NPCs, they don't even get close to you.
You don't have to be directly in the. You just have to be,
close.
Within that. That's where the arrows are pointing.
Yeah.
Bailsa says if you were not here, then you will be destroyed.
Wow, you still have 10% of his life left, eh?
Eorzea is mine by right. That you should still study. Very well, then.
We're close to LB2.
I know. I just didn't think we were going to get it.
Now says GG.
We weren't.
I gave it to the gunbreaker. Am I at full on tombstones? I am full on tombstones. I already got 44.
You achieved level 85.
Did I? Sweet.
Yep.
Oh, just barely. How much did I get there? I got 71%.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
I told you.
Yeah, I did not think I was going to get 75% there. Which means we can now do Viscali. Why? My item level is not high enough.
What are What are you wearing for gear?
Some level 530 gear, but not everything is 530 gear.
Is that a level
76? Yes.
How many tombstones do you have?
2,000. I'm max.
Then go buy the level 80 gear.
Where do I buy the 80 gear again?
Nordvert.
Norvert.
The Crystarium.
Right. Ew. Anchovies? Ew. $5.30
Yeah.
exactly. Now we can do it. Actually, but before I do that, I'm gonna run to the washroom real quick.
Okay.
Why do I do that all the time? I'm back. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay.
Oh.
Brialona says Artemis Brialona Lamia performs the Moogle dance.
Hey, y'all look like goth queens. And I'm over here in the brightest pink short skirt and heels.
Artemis Brialona Lamia does this instead.
Yeah, y'all are officially goth queens.
I just tried to Dragoon both these guys that were running to us.
She said, my friends, heed me, these are children of Sublet. I could do them no harm.
Why is she taking so much fucking damage?
She says if this is the only way. I shall silence the beasts of the air. Pray continue onward.
You gotta remember to stay out of those AoEs because they hurt in this dungeon.
I see that. I almost died.
Yes, because because I will always prioritize the tank. I don't care if we don't have damage. Their own fault.
This fire just makes me think Sephiroth is gonna just appear out of nowhere.
Yeah. I was gonna say it's alright.
Okay, I'm not really.
Oh, yes.
Pepperoni, pepperoni. The problem was I was confused too, so I didn't know which way I wanted.
It's okay.
So I figured if I don't move, I'll get rid of confusion, right?
It eventually goes away.
What is this vile presence I sense?
I can't use either of those items.
The horde draweth near. Be on your guard.
Where did you go? Your mic is muted, I think.
Nope. I just wasn't talking.
Don't get stuck in the bubble on this
Go into the
round.
bubble? Okay.
No, don't go into the bubble.
Oh my god, I almost made it into the bubble.
Even if you did, you would have been okay. Okay, now this is the one you want to go into the bubble.
Go into a bubble, gotcha.
Yep. See, wasn't that fun?
Bubble or no bubble?
No bubble.
What happened to the bubbles?
I'll get them back in just a minute.
Bubble?
Bubble. Bubble. Nice, nice.
I can take both of those items.
Tank is no longer a gothic girl.
How did... Oh, probably got an item that's confused.
Yeah. Parts her gear for her other tanks. Although it's really ugly, but that's not why.
Where do I go? Down? Oh. Which way?
You gotta go over the pillar.
Oh! I get it. You know what I should have done? I just thought about it. No, I ate food already. But you know what I should have done? When we did play? Should have done my duo.
Oh, your Duolingo?
Yeah.
I've missed 3 days this week.
You only get 2 skips.
Yeah.
Did you lose your streak?
No.
Or was it through, like, one day, did miss, like that?
And our white.
What?
White. And our white. There you go. White, blue, I don't know what to call it.
Red or blue?
Red.
Oh, that hurts. 10,000.
Red. You're gonna need to look at the sky for this. Red.
I'm on red.
I could do this. We have LB2. Feel free to let it rip.
Oh, that was painful.
Revna says GG.
I gave it to the other DPS.
Everybody must have left, or no? Yep, everybody left. I couldn't do us anybody. I have a cutscene right now. I got 50% of a level just for that, eh?
As I feared.
What is it?
The beast was there, and now it is no more. Yes?
Indeed. We saw it plain. But you didn't, did you?
I saw nothing. Not the blasphemy that perished here, nor the other men turned beasts. And because of this, I now see all too well. There is no ether. Where the creatures should be, I saw naught but emptiness.
Emptiness? But that would mean...
Recall the words of the Watcher. 'Twas a stagnancy of ether, a cessation of flow, leading to decay and absence, that led the ancients to conclude their star was dying. This is the same phenomenon. The instant these people are seized by the transformation, their ether begins to rot and crumble away like dried mud. Until, from their corporeal forms to their very souls, naught remains.
But the beast spoke with its dying breath. Surely at least a sliver of the man it was endured.
Mayhaps so. But even if the process was incomplete, it was little more than a faint residue.
Gods be good. You're saying they cannot be saved?
Not by any means known to me. Or by any means at all, like as not. For there is naught left to save.
They return not even to the ethereal sea.
The beasts rage on, their hunger insatiable. Even deprived of their master, they perpetuate his legacy of hate. Once proud sons and daughters of Thavnir, all of them. And now I spill their blood.
Vitra, my friends, I am heartened to see you safe.
You put your secret at risk.
Those closest to me already know the truth. A truth I must now share with one and all. Vitra, calamity has come to Radzatan. Our fair nation is rent by screams of pain and despair. More than ever, we require a strong leader to shepherd us through the storm. Reveal your true self to our people, Vitra, and guide us to salvation.
What madness is this, I-One? Thou dost forget thyself. Were we to reveal our duplicity, it would do naught but foster confusion and chaos. Nay, I shall remain the Satrap's loyal ally, and do battle with the beasts. Easing hearts and leading the people to safety is thy task, and thine alone. I ask that you remain at Ahewan's side, and render unto him what aid you may. I know not what lies ahead, but without you, Radzatan will not survive.
Take me with you. I am as at home fighting in the air as I am on land. Take me with you.
Were my words unclear? I require no assistance. Thy place is at Ahewan's side.
Estinian, here. It's the last thing you ever wanted. A link pearl. We'd gain much from knowing your elevated perspective. And it'll keep you from getting lonely, which I know you loathe.
You heard the man. Seems I'm coming with you after all.
Then I pray thy grip is iron. Be it on thy head if thou dost chance to fall.
Fair enough. Now, shall we?
Excuse me.
I fear it is as Vitra says. We will not survive this on our own. While I am loath to impose upon you again.
I would insist if you did not. 'Tis the very reason we have come.
Then once more I find myself without words to thank you properly. Let us return to the capital and plan our next course of action.
Ahuan says a Radiant host has eliminated the immediate threat to the city, though it pains me to know those beasts were once my own people. There is no telling when or where the next transformation might occur. We must remain vigilant and steel ourselves for whatever is yet to come.
You may now enter Vanaspati with a party of NPC avatars. To make use of this feature, open the Trust interface located under Duty in the main menu.
Forgive me, my friends, but I must return to Megaduta for the time being. There, I can better manage this crisis and dispatch my troops as the situation demands. Alphino says in that case, we shall carry out an investigation of our own here in the city. Mayhap the residents can tell us more about the first of the transformations, and the conditions under which it occurred. If we can ascertain what exactly triggered these tragic events, it may give us some insights as to a possible solution. Time is of the essence. Let us split into 3 groups that we may cover more ground. Alize and I will see to Pax's path. Thancred and Ishtola, pray make the Dharma. I leave Atta to Graha and you, Haven. Any information you can gather on the first blasphemy or the manifestation of the final days here in the city would be most helpful. When we have completed our respective inquiries, let us reconvene in front of Megaduta, that we might share what we've learned with the satrap.
Bye, Pody.
Bye.
Tia says, shall we be off, then? Artu is home to the High Crucible of Alchemia, whose alchemists
You
forged
sounded
many
really
of our
quiet
warding
when you said
skills.
that.
That
Oh,
seems
did
as
I?
good a place as
Yeah,
any to
you
begin our
sounded like you were
investigation,
whispering
don't you
into the
think?
mic.
I spoke briefly with Nadine,
Oh,
the chief
no,
alchemist
sorry, I'm
there,
not
on my
whispering.
last visit.
Grahatia is now a You can leave Graha. Should you part with...
Tired?
A little bit.
Nadine says, I remember those red eyes. You were with those scions who commissioned the scales from us, yes? I welcome you back to the High Crucible. What brings you here in these troubling times? Tia says we are assisting the satrap in investigating the crisis that plagues the city. Did you happen to catch sight of any of the creatures? Nadine says I did. As I was going about my work, I was
I need to
disturbed
see
by
everybody
clumsy footsteps so
in their own
powerful that the
style.
very ground shook. I rushed outside, and could not believe what I beheld. The night sky was burning. Suddenly, I heard panicked screams coming from the direction of Walshan Bazaar. In the next instant, a monstrous beast poked its head out from amidst the stalls. A handful of
Oh
the
my
raiders
God.
rushed to the scene,
What's up?
only to be sent sprawling as the fiend and its minions propelled themselves skyward. Tia says, so the blasphemy came from the vicinity of the markets. This knowledge may prove useful. I thank you for sharing your tale. Well, I do believe we now know where we should inquire next. To the bazaar, then.
Hey, it's Ulrich. Wow, he's already up here?
Oh, yes. I have no idea what color goes first. I don't know.
Radvira says, Sisters of Mercy, what is happening to the world? What am I to do? Is nowhere safe? Tia says, settle down, friend. The danger has passed, at least for now. If it's not too painful to remember, could you tell us what you saw? Radvira says, first I heard the screams, then a horde of ravening beasts came charging towards us. One of them was huge, bigger than a Marid, throwing people about like rag dolls, and it was eating them.
Fucking disaster.
I hid under the counter.
What's
so
going on?
Others do the same. But the shrieking and wailing kept getting louder, more voices in the throng. Beasts or victims, I couldn't tell, I knew not what was happening. I still don't.
Am I muted? No, I'm not muted.
Tia says that
I'm
is enough,
muted.
my good man. You were brave to share with us your tale. Many of your fellow merchants are safe. The High Crucible, too, has survived mostly unscathed. Pray stay close to your friends and loved ones, and rest your body and mind while you are able. Zaytana says, is something the matter, traveler? If you are lost, perhaps I could be of assistance.
Paying
Tia
attention
says
because
your
I
offer
was
is
trying
most
to write
appreciated.
something.
We are not lost, but we are in need of information. Might you know anything about the gargantuan beast that rampaged through the bazaar? Zaytana says, I saw it all. Though I wish I had not. I was going about my work, when all of a sudden a piercing scream cut through the air. I turned around, and there was the fiend, its massive body bursting through that entryway with the force of a tidal wave. And then it was gone, as quickly as it came.
And where's the last person?
Versera says, forgive me, but my shop's closed until further notice. Needless to say, we've more pressing concerns these days.
Tia says, we have come not in search of wares, but information concerning the enormous fiend that tore through the bazaar. Did you perchance witness anything?
Versera says, afraid not, my friend. I was here the whole time, so I only saw its little minions. Made a mess of the place, they did. While that was all going on, the great big one tore
So
through
the
the west
fucking
side of the
disaster.
bazaar. You'd have better luck asking there.
Tia says, and with that, I do believe we've learned all we can from the bazaar. Let's take a moment to
Let's
review
be
our
honest,
findings.
this is our tank's fault.
Is it?
Yeah, because he fucking wiped half the party at the beginning of the damn thing.
That sucks.
Well, you know... It's just one of those things. He decided to
By
stand...
their accounts, the transformation had already occurred by the time the beast reached the bazaar. It tore through the west side of the bazaar and headed
in the
to
middle of the
east
party and
Large
wiped
Plaza.
all of our DPS because he didn't move.
What the hell?
In other words,
I don't know,
the
sometimes
blasphemy
she's
may
really
have first
irritating me.
appeared in this vicinity. That being the case, the people in that Mihan can surely tell us more.
And some people don't know the fight, and that's perfectly normal.
Yeah. There's also people who don't have 2,500 hours into the game.
No, I'm not complaining about them. I don't. It's not them. It's
Hio says going after that enormous beast, are you? I saw it.
I have
including
no
the
idea
very
which one
instant
went
that poor
first.
bastard transformed. Damn the gods for putting me there. It started over there, by the window. A few men, merchants, probably. Talking and drinking. Conversation must have taken a turn for the worse. Next thing I know, their leader, I suppose he was, buries his head in his hands, and black mist was swirling about him. Then his whole body bursts apart, and there stands a hideous, slavering beast. Massive and foul, all gaping maws and bulging eyes. His friends start shrieking, then the black mist comes again, until the change takes them too. The stuff of nightmares, I tell you. Tia says nightmarish, indeed. Incidentally, do you perchance know who those merchants were? Hio says no, I'm a decorator by trade. Not much cause to mingle with their sort. Saw Myleal the barmaid chatting with them, though. She might know something.
Rahumira says even after repairing all that damage, it'll take a while for business to pick up again. You mean the blasphemy? That's what the Radiant have been calling it, anyway. I saw it, too. We all did. I was standing here at the counter as Mayrai poured me a drink, when suddenly there came this dreadful sound, like a pained, angry groan. It was unlike anything I've ever heard. I turned around in shock, and from an ominous cloud of black mist rose the creature, enormous and ghastly to behold. As for what happened next, to recall it sends shivers up my spine. By some stroke of fortune, I was able to slip outside before the beast got its claws on me. But the sight that greeted me offered no solace. The blue sky above turned red as blood. Mayrai, myself, and the other survivors clung to each other for dear life until the Radiant host came to our aid.
Tia says, wait. Did I hear you correctly? The beast manifested before the sky began to burn?
Rahumira says I'm certain of it. The windows here offer a clear view of the sky, and I saw nothing out of the ordinary until the beast appeared and began to rage. Myleal says, hello there. Welcome to Mayrai's Mehan.
Tia says we have come not for libations, but rather for information. We are investigating the so-called blasphemy on the satrap's behalf. We hear it was one of your customers, a merchant, that first underwent the transformation.
Oh, I fucked up.
What can you
Oh no.
Myleal says he was something of a regular here, especially if Kalzal was his name. He ran his own consortium, dealing primarily in the exports of Thavnairian specialty.
Tia says yes, the names ring a bell. Didn't you meet them both on your first? If I recall correctly, Kalzal ran a trading operation in the Edlimad, and it was there that you made Matsia's acquaintance.
Myleal says yes, that is the same Kalzal, no doubt. A rather successful. That said, it was clear that he had fallen on hard times of late. Those ghastly towers popping up everywhere cannot have been good for business. Even now, with the towers gone, the collapse of the empire has led to all sorts of problems elsewhere. The market for luxuries is surely not what it once was.
Tia says trying times for the head of a trading consortium.
Myleel says Kalzal was a compassionate man. Even as his own business suffered, he did what he could to provide for the artisans, fishermen, and many others who counted on him to sell their wares. Indeed, that was the very topic of yesterday's meeting, as far as I could hear. Yet as they discussed matters further, Kalzal's tone grew grave and grim. It was then that...
Tia says forgive me. I would not have you recall the memory if it brings you pain. If I could, I would ask just one. Did you notice anything unusual about Kalzal in particular? Please, anything it's...
Myleel says sorry, nothing springs to mind. Perhaps Kalzal lived for his work, and had no family that I know of. His employees and associates knew him best, but they too are lost.
Oh God, that was painful.
Was it?
Still, perhaps his neighbors know something I do
So
not.
painful.
I can direct you to them, if you believe it would help. What do you
So
say?
painful. We'll clean my tools.
Kalzal made his home in Kama, a nearby residential area. From what I gather, Kalzal lived there since childhood and was known throughout the neighborhood.
Tia says Karma, the name is new to me. How do we get there?
Myleel says I'll write down some directions. I cannot promise that you will find what you seek there, but if nothing else, it is a start.
Tia says come, let's see where this lead takes us.
Tia is now a... You can leave Gra if you wish to have...
And this must be Karma. We've arrived at last. Let us begin questioning the residents without delay. No doubt someone here can tell us more about Kalzal. Given recent events, I imagine many are taking shelter indoors.
Mahdi says Kalzal, you say? Yes, I've known him since he was a boy. If there was ever a man who was born to be a merchant, it was him. Always early to depart and late to return, he'd spend his days procuring the finest wares and seeking out willing customers. You could say it came to him as easily as breathing. Mahdi says sadly, business was flagging of late. No surprise, really, what with how dangerous travel has become. He was cooped up in his house from dawn till dusk the other day, no doubt racking his brain for a way to turn his fortunes around. Then, at night, I heard the door open. I looked out to see Khalzal sitting on a bench, his head hung low. A man with the weight of the world on his shoulders.
Tias says I see. The situation must have been quite dire, indeed. Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary?
Mahdi says nothing to speak of. Other than the troubles with his consortium, he was the same old Khalzal. Cordial and honest, like always. These questions you are asking, has something happened to him? He wasn't caught up in that terrible incident at the bazaar, was he? I don't travel much these days, but my daughters told me not to venture outside. Stuck in here as I am, I've heard little about these bizarre goings-on.
Tia says rest assured, the city is safe for now, but the situation may change without warning. I urge you, stay close to your daughter,
my God.
and be prepared to take
He's
refuge
too
should the
cute.
Satrap order it. Periga says, could you come back another time? I just woke up, and I'm not exactly in the mood for idle chit-chat. Tia says well, that's one way to avoid the panic, I suppose. Pardon our intrusion. You may not have noticed, but a great danger has come to Thavne. I encourage you to stay alert, and prepare to flee the city should the situation turn dire. But before we leave you in peace, pray allow us to ask a question or two. Did you know a local merchant named Khalzal? If so, did you notice anything unusual about him recently? Periga says Khalzal. I know him. In fact, we spoke just the other day. Like many others, his business was doing poorly. Still, it seemed as though he'd managed to turn things around, thanks to a generous order from Ruveda Fibers. Why, he was practically dancing in the streets. I haven't spoken with him since, but I assume it all went well. Jinnabaha might be able to tell you more, though. As I recall, he was the one who brokered the arrangement. Tia says Jinnabaha Ruveda Fibers. This sounds promising. Jinnabaha says, and hurry, I say. Tia says pardon me, but you are in charge of buying and selling here, yes? We have a few questions that we'd... Jinnabaha says I'm sorry, but I simply don't have time. If you haven't noticed, we have our hands full at the moment. We must carry all our wares and equipment to safety before those accursed beasts return. Tia says in that case, might we be of assistance? Perhaps we could speak when the job is. Jinabaha says, very well. You can start by helping us move our equipment. Ask the others what to put where. And you can carry our fabrics. Go through the door and speak with Carmilla. She'll tell you the rest. Remember, these textiles are our livelihood. Handle them with care. Carmilla says this area is for employees only. Out, out. What's that? You've come to help? Oh, praise be to Mind River. Kind stranger, I welcome your assistance. On your way here, you passed 3 storehouses, yes? I'd like you to carry that small crate to Nabrifal, by the storehouse near the hatchery. The crate of clothes, and that massive crate there goes to Zyamira by the middle storehouse. Watch your back with that one. Those are all the crates we have ready. Once they've been delivered, consider your work here complete.
You will have a limited.
Nabrifal says thread, is it?
Excuse me.
Then you've come to the right place. We thank you for your aid.
You're excused.
Mahnus says if you have any crates of finished products such as carpets, clothing, and the like, pray bring them here to our primary storehouse. A crate full of clothing, is it? I can take that off your hands. Many thanks for the delivery.
Zamira says I say, you're quite the brawny one, aren't you? A good thing, that. Never know when you'll need to defend yourself in these unpredictable times. Zamira says a crate full of fabrics, is it? Exactly what I was hoping to receive. Here, let me put that away for you.
Carmilla says you've carried all the crates to the storehouses, you say? And so quickly, too. Why, I've never seen anyone so strong. I and my associates will see to the rest, so please return to Jinabaha and assure him our work is proceeding apace. To tell the truth, we're grateful for this distraction. Too many terrible happenings of late. But generous souls like yourself give me hope that we may emerge from this trial even stronger. I pray we meet again in more peaceful times.
What are you doing?
Farming. And waiting for a level 100 dungeon. That I've been waiting for almost 10 minutes for as a healer.
Wow.
Says done as I asked.
Yep.
Have you?
Didn't want to play tank, and I don't want to play DPS.
Carmilla is satisfied with your work. Then so
It's not too bad.
You have
Fate
done us a
farming
great
really isn't that
favor,
bad either.
traveler.
Were you fate farming?
Germania, 4 rounds.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're doing relics?
Tia says I, too, have delivered the
Figured why the heck
instruments
not? I
and
got nothing better to do.
Chinabaha says you both have my thanks. With our wares safely stored away, we'll not lose any. Tia says I take it that your establishment did not escape the attack. Chinabaha says we did not. Thankfully, most of our workers had already left for the day. But though we looked to the burning skies in confusion, and then, before we could even begin to make sense of it, a hideous creature burst through the doors, shrieking. We ran for our lives, but one of my colleagues was not so fortunate. He cried out, a scream of such agony, such terror, and in the next instant, Chinabaha says the sight of it caused another fellow to panic. He, too, transformed.
What's true? What the hell?
I'm sorry. There was something you wanted to ask? Tia says indeed. You knew the merchant Karlzar, did you not? I believe he had some dealings with your...
Oh, it's this whole thing.
Jinabaha
Fuck.
says Karlzar. I know
Dude,
him
peek
well.
up anytime.
He'd arranged for his consortium to deliver a large shipment of fabrics, but in the end, we received a better offer. I understand his business is struggling, but so is ours. Another of our most reliable trading partners agreed to transport the goods for a much smaller commission, and we'd have been fools to refuse. I felt terrible for withdrawing the offer, but you must understand, we simply had no choice. Jinabaha says he tried to put on a brave face when I delivered the news, but his dejection and despair were plain as day. He said he'd discuss it with his associates, but I could tell he'd all but given up hope. Tia says dejection and despair. You remember what we saw in Vanaspati, yes? Soldiers and jungle dwellers pushed to the very brink, turning into beasts one after the next. Tia says it would seem the same phenomenon occurred here. The poor craftsmen attacked by the fiends, as well as those that witnessed it, all undergoing the change. I suspect that everything began with Karlzal. By all accounts, it was he who suffered from the most profound and piercing despair. Wait. Could that be it? That such intense emotions were what triggered his transformation? Much remains unclear, but I believe we are drawing closer to an answer. At any rate, we must discuss our findings with the others.
I just never up to level 86.
Are you? You're moving right along, aren't you?
Yeah.
Was it cold earlier? But now I am cold.
It's 37 right now.
Tia says we were to reconvene with the others in front of Megaduta, were we not? That should be just outside.
How the fuck did that happen?
With any luck, they will have already returned from their own investigations. My friend, we must take our leave. I pray that your establishment is spared further tragedy. But remember, your lives are far more precious than any ways. If you are ordered to flee, do so without hesitation. Jinabaha says indeed. I thank you for your concern, and pray you too take care as well.
Beyond the depths of... Go talk to Stoli, who's outside. Upstairs, this way. There's Stoli.
Sorry. Oh, I got fucking fucked.
There you are. You've spoken with the survivors.
Indeed. We thought to share what we have gleaned, that we might together gain a greater understanding of present circumstances.
Fortuitous timing. Alize and I completed our own investigations not long ago.
Then we should take a moment to compare notes. Shall we begin with the two of you?
So the merchant Karzal was gravely concerned about his business in the days preceding his untimely end.
The tales we heard were much the same. The first victims to be changed into blasphemies were all overcome with anguish of one manner or another. Then those who saw their loved ones stolen before their eyes succumbed to a similar panic, setting in motion a chain of transformations.
Fear, unease, despair. These negative feelings serve as a catalyst.
If so, then it is not unlike the calamity that befell the ancients. With their creation magics, they unwittingly gave form to untold horrors. Had they simply lost control, surely it would have manifested in many forms, not all of them monstrous. Yet somehow, this phenomenon is triggered solely by the darkness in their hearts, a common thread with what we now witness.
Common, but not identical. While the beasts the ancients faced were forged with magic alone, those of today are born of sentient beings. Why remains to be seen. But there is one fundamental difference between us and our predecessors. Our souls are sundered, whereas theirs were not. Perhaps that single variable makes all the difference.
If I may, there was another detail that troubled me. We have it on good authority that Karzal's transformation took place before the skies began to burn.
What? If that's true,
it doesn't
then
work
the
when I do it
situation's
that way.
more dire than we realized. It means even if there's no ominous sign presaging the final days, anyone, anywhere, has the potential to become a beast. Even in lands we thought safe, even as we speak.
Look! It's the satrap! The satrap!
Thank the heavens.
My countrymen, I am relieved and heartened to see you strong and safe. While the danger has not yet passed, far from it, allow me to assure you that the beasts that raged within the city walls have been exterminated to the last. Outside this sanctuary,
The brave men and women of the Radiant Host and our dragon ally continue to battle our unholy foes. I pray these tidings put your minds at ease and help you calm your hearts. Have faith that we shall soon conquer this terrible trial.
Your Excellency, is there any word from Palaka's stand? My grandson was bound for there yesterday, and I worry for his life.
We are still awaiting a report, but I promise you, as soon as I have aught to share...
Your Excellency, I bring grave news.
You are?
I'm Matsya of Akyali, a humble fisherman.
Ah, I remember you from our first visit.
Wait, you're...
Save my grandson, I beg of you.
We will spare no effort to save all we can, but you must remain calm.
Calm? You tell me to be calm? You saw those beasts? They tore our bravest warriors limb from limb. What if we are too late, huh? They catch him, sink their fangs into him? The fangs! The screams!
Get away from her, now!
Oh my god.
Damn it! We've got to kill them before it spreads.
We'll handle this. See the townspeople to safety.
Run! As fast as you can!
Oh my god.
Just the mass panic.
Oh, you stopped streaming?
No, I'm still streaming. Did it crash on me?
Oh, there we go.
I didn't even know OBS crashed on me. Like, nobody tells me.
Vitra, our people, you must save them. My son.
Understand.
You must run. For their sake and your own.
Why the fuck would you stand on me, you stupid fucking tank?
Yes. You will survive. You must.
She pisses me off. I'll go tomorrow.
You finally got into your 100 dungeon?
Just kill them.
Be strong, my friends. Fear not, for we will defeat these abominations! Brave men and women of the Radiant Host, lend your Stola and Thancred your aid. Let not a single beast escape. The rest of you, flee this place. Carry the wounded if you must. Head indoors or underground. Above all, stay calm. No beast will follow you. We will see to that.
Oh God, how we love you.
Gene.
Alphino! Alice! Leave the city to us! And make for Palaka's stand at once! Matsya, show my friends to the village! I promise you, they're more capable than the host's finest!
Right! Go with them, will you? We will save these people. As many as we can.
Alphino says we must save Palaka's stand, whatever it takes. Matsya, it pains me to put you into harm's way, but I would ask your aid as well. Matsya says of course. Palaka's stand is not far, just down the hill. But as I told His Excellency before, the path was blocked by terrible creatures. I had no choice but to turn back. Alphino says in that case, this is what we shall do. Haven, I ask that you take the lead and dispatch any beasts you encounter. Alphino says Alize and I will keep Matsya hidden amidst the trees, and follow when the path is clear. There is no telling what dangers await us, keep your eyes peeled.
How is it gonna be fried?
Not the Tardius. Oh my god, I finally got into the Mouse Network. Holy shit. Do this all. Damage. Choosing deep freeze.
Alize says it, it cannot be. We must heal those we can, and quickly. I see no beasts, but stay.
We have somebody here doing
The
MSQ.
cooling body has already begun to stiffen. The massive wounds suggest the villager was gored by a terrible beast. The villager has no pulse, nor do they appear to be breathing.
Yeah, we have 3 people, all from the same FC, all in this area right now. And they were all running around to the same bodies I'm running to, so I think they're doing MSQ.
Though the villager's injuries do not appear to be life-threatening, he does not respond to your efforts. His breathing grows more ragged and shallow, and his vacant eyes are those of a man who has lost the will to live.
Hio says even if I wake, the nightmare goes on. No, leave me to sleep.
You call out, but the man does not respond.
Where's the last body? Oh, it must
In
be
a
inside.
shack.
It's not in. It's not in the shaft. Is it behind the shaft? It's behind
I
the
don't
shaft.
remember.
Ah, found it.
Ross says of you, have you come to help us? Too late, too late. My family, my friends.
Now speak to Alfie.
Alphino says are these the only villagers who survive? I can only hope others managed to flee. But if the rest have been turned to beasts by the 12, let us do what we can to see that the damage spreads no further. And no...
Oops.
I can tend to the rest. Pray look after Matsya. No doubt what we have seen here weighs even heavier on his heart than ours.
I will be right back. I have a blocked ID call calling me, and I don't know what it's about. That was weird. That...
Calling to extend your car's warranty?
No, it was person said, "Is this Mr. Beast?" And I said, "No." And then they literally hung up.
You have answered the phone like you owned a mortuary or something.
But they literally said, "Is this Mr. Beast?" and then hung up the phone. I was like, "What the hell? Like, what?"
Matsia says, "Oh, Haven. Haven. This is Juve, the elder here. He is hurt, but praise be to the system." Juve says, "Young Matsia here has told me everything. I have not the words to express my gratitude. When the heavens began to burn, we were afraid, but did our best to carry on as we always have done. Until today, when those unholy beasts came pouring into our village, a flood of midnight and death. There are no words to describe what followed. Men and women I have known since they were babes struck down by the creatures, only to rise again to join the murderous horde, in the guise of those same hideous fiends. In the chaos, a handful of our villagers fled for their lives. I can only hope they have found their way to safety." Matsia, do you perchance remember Karezaf and Maven? The young couple who always bought your freshest catches? Matsia says, "How could I forget, Elder? When I first came to peddle my wares, desperate to eke out a living, they showed me such. Others shunned me as an outsider, as is their way. But Karezaf and Maven bought my fish, and sung its praises. They turned my fortunes." Juve says, "Alas, I fear they are in terrible danger. I saw them running towards Argama Temple, one of those beasts in. They had their child, still but a tiny babe. To elude these fiends while caring for one so young is an impossible task, surely. I beg of you, go." Matsia says, I want to help them. Yet I am but a fisherman, I cannot face beasts on my own." "Oh, thank you. Argama Temple lies to the west of here." Matsia says the temple is just ahead. It was built by those who worship Saint Argama, but has sadly fallen into disrepair in recent years. If my friends made it this far, no doubt they are hiding somewhere amidst the ruins.
Question mark says no, please. Stay ba, ga.
Matsia says that was Karezaf. Oh, no, this is not good. Please do. The cry came from the ruins. You must hurry.
I didn't get a memory for that one.
Dungeon?
What?
Are you still in your dungeon?
You're doing farming fates.
Ah.
The man lies motionless on the ground, bearing a grievous wound.
Matsuya says I'm sorry, Haven. I try to stay. No, it cannot be. Kurezaf says is someone. Anyone. My arms, so heavy. And my legs. I cannot
Oh, excuse me.
My wife, fled with our daughter. I need to find them, need to be with them. I need. Matsuya says Kurezaf. No, Kurezaf. Kurezaf says more time. I thought I had.
Gonna die?
I don't want to die.
Don't die.
My fucking Chocobo's not healing, you fucking piece of garbage. Stupid Chocobo.
Do you need some healing?
No.
Thank you.
I just
Please
told my Chocobo to
find them.
withdraw. Done.
Matsuya says Maven still lives. And she has the itch. We must search the jungle between here and Palaka's stand. There is nowhere else she could have gone. I think. Forgive me, Kurezaf. Once we have saved your wife and child, we will return and lay you to rest.
Red Mage.
You see no tracks or other signs of recent travel. Maven and the child must be.
Uh-oh. This is not good.
If Maven and her daughter came through this area recently.
Mutsia says, did you see any sign of them? I found nothing. Mutsia says perhaps the beasts have chased them farther from the village. Oh, gods above, I beseech you. Pray deliver Maiden and her little one to safety.
No more enemies to trouble us here. It's me. How fare you below? Understood. I will inform Vritra. Chaos and panic sweep Razat Khan, and many more have succumbed to the transformations. Amidst the fray, Ahawan fell, protecting a grief-stricken father. My friends fight alongside your Radiant host to secure the capital. Beasts have been sighted in Palakistan as well. We have divided our forces in hopes of quelling the threat there. Of small solace is that we now know what triggers the transformation. As my companions tell it,
so it is the very fear and despair in their hearts which inflict this abhorrent punishment upon them. A nightmare from which my children will never awake. O capricious and cruel fate, they are undeserving of such condemnation.
will you wallow in sorrow or rise to the occasion? Razat Khan is leaderless. Before he passed, Ahawan sought to reveal the truth to his people. Honor his wishes.
To what end? To breed a new conflict between dragon and man? claws could reduce thee to shreds with a touch. These jaws crush thy bones to dust. Only through my proxy could I walk with my children. Without him, I am a bringer of fear, no different from the beasts which beleaguer them.
Perhaps so. Only in death were Hraesvelgr and Shiva united. Indeed, whenever man and dragon have come together, death has ever been the inevitable result. It was our fear of your kind that sparked a nigh-endless war. Fear and hate of which Nidhogg drank deep as he laid waste to my homeland. And in turn, I took my revenge on his brood. Blood for blood, pain for pain. I thought nothing of theirs, only of mine. And yet, were the chasm between us too vast and too deep, Hraesvelgr would not have borne Isael to battle and our rescue. He would never have entrusted a mortal champion with one of his eyes, and the Dragonsong War would still rage on. And I would still wage a never-ending war of violence and vengeance. The future of our star be damned. I cannot speak for Ahuan's greater goals, yet I know that he served you, served your people, long and true. In this time of unprecedented crisis, he turned to you. You could do worse than to place your trust in him. It will not be easy, but the future of Radz-at-Han hangs in the balance. We have company.
The hour has come, Vritra! It's all or nothing!
Mutsia says if Maven fled deeper into the jungle, she and her child are in grave danger. Whatever are we to do? But, how can I at a time like this? They could be... So, if I allow myself to be overcome by this fear, I, too, might become a beast? I am not sure I understand.
Alize says I've seen to the wounded. How did the two of you fare? Did you find your friend? I see. In that case, let us help you find the mother and child.
Alphino says before we leave, we must ensure the village will be safe in... Alize and I will patrol the area and search for more beasts. Would you and Mutsia speak with Elder Yuve? Pray explain to him the situation, and join us as soon as you are able.
Alize says we will save Maven and her child. We can do that much for Carousel.
Juve says I am heartened to see you both safe, but what of the family? Matsya says we found Kurezaf, but Juve says say no more. I understand. We have lost another of our dear friends. Kurezaf may be gone, but there is still hope for Maven and their child. Please find them, I beg of you. And if, in your search, you come across anyone else who escaped the slaughter, pray tell them what has happened. I will do my best to keep the villagers safe, and their spirits high. Matsya says come, let us rejoin your friends at once.
Alize says I'm pleased to report that the vicinity appears to be beast-free, no doubt thanks to your earlier efforts. And with that, let us resume our search for your friend and her child. Where should we begin, Matsya?
Matsya says if we follow Kisira south, we will arrive at Purusak, a temple. It is a sacred place where people go to commune with the divinities. It's possible that Maven sought shelter there, and perhaps other villagers as well.
Alize says then it's settled. Matsya, stay close to me, alright? You two, take the lead. Keep an eye out for beasts and anyone in need of help.
Alphino says very well. We make for Purusak as quickly as we are able. With me.
Damn.
Volunteers Hyperion says 07.
Lamia says salutations. Freeheart says 07. Yan Lamia says /.
Alarm says warning. Warning. Uplander detected. Initiating purge sequence.
Lamia says sorry Ambi.
Volunteers Hyperion says final bosses put marker on Giza.
Alexander raid.
Yep.
I might get off. I'm getting pretty tired.
Okay.
I'm gonna do one more fate.
Uh-oh. I just died.
Oh.
I've never not died on this boss. Every time I fought this boss, I died.
I think that's the boss where you have to actually tank swap. Because there's one move that the healers can't keep you alive.
Ferrarlamia says GG.
Gumpy Leviathan says GG.
I got a commendation for that.
Suki Excalibur says GG. Woman says thank you. I thought I was done for. Maven? She is a friend of mine, too, but I have not seen her. She must still be out there somewhere, trying to avoid the beasts. And with her child, gods. Worry not for me, I can make my way back to the village on my own.
I have a Florida man after me right now. Why do I have Florida man attacking me?
I don't know. You're in the line of sight.
This isn't Pokemon. Ah, crap.
Matsya says Haven, wait. Purusala is just up ahead, but something terrible has happened. The beasts have come, and many have already been killed. Alphino and Alize have gone to do what they can, but there are so many, more than I could count. You must be ready.
Mr. whatchamacallit, Lima, King, Danger, you were not invited to the party. I think I'm gonna hop off after this quest.
Yeah. Starting to get a headache again.
That's it.
I need one more crystal, and then I have 40 blue.
Nice. Are you gonna do the fate before you go out and get off?
Yeah.
Why do I remember that name, the Anti-Tower? Do I have that?
Yeah, it's a level 50.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
I don't see it. Or is it a trial?
Oh man. Uh, 40 out of 40.
Nice.
Alphino says there you are. How fare the others?
Are you done gaming for the
You've
night?
seen to all the beasts in sight.
Oh yeah, I might
In
just
that
put on like
case, let's have
Netflix or
everyone gather
something.
in front of the temple.
Why are you gonna keep it gaming?
No, I'm gonna do one more thing and then go to bed probably.
Yeah.
Courage, friend. The
Just
pain
want to
will
do
pass.
a normal raid and it pops over
Has
the
anyone
next
seen
5
Mother?
minutes.
You know it's gonna be an Alexander raid for normal, right?
I know.
Where could she be?
Oh, I have the quest unlocked, by the way. I did it while you were sleeping, like while you took your nap. Well, now I have to do the Crystal
We've
Tower
dealt
and
with all the
stuff.
blasphemies and made certain no villagers are still in hiding.
What did you unlock?
You know how you
Good
have
work.
the you have to do
We've
the
otherwise
critical
tended to the
engagements
wounded
for
as best we
Bozo
can.
or do Crystal Tower?
Yeah.
I've
What will
unlocked that
become of
now.
us?
Oh, I haven't even done
Help is on the way, surely.
Castrum
We
yet,
may have to
so
abandon our homes
Oh,
now, but we
I
will
actually have to do
return
Castrum
someday.
again.
But where can
We
we
can
go?
do that tomorrow.
Is anywhere even safe?
yeah, I can do that stuff tomorrow for Boja.
That I cannot say.
Well, I can. Nowhere's safe. Run all you like, but there's no escaping these things. And even if I could, it's too late for my family.
Oh shit, she's gonna turn into a beast, isn't she?
Black cat.
This isn't good. The more they dwell on the tragedy, the more likely we are to lose them too.
My friends, this is a place of worship. Should your heart quake with sadness, cast your mind to the heavens and remember. Remember the teachings of the old gods. Did they not implore us to stand fast when waves of sorrow break against our shores?
Oh, there you go.
Know this, my children. There is more ugliness than beauty in this world. To live is to suffer. To drink of calamity and drown in anguish. To toil and be tested, always and ever.
'Tis a perilous path you walk. Death lurks in the dark, and is the sole promise that awaits at journey's end. You will tremble with terror. You will weep tears of anger and despair.
But do not avert your eyes. See your life for what it is. Then will you see how the hardships make you strong.
Every doubt reforged as scales for your armor. Every agony to temper your blade.
Thank you, lad. We'd almost forgotten who we are.
I just fell off the edge.
Oh no.
My undying gratitude to you as well, my friends. You were searching for Mevon? No. We must return home. I pray you help the boy find his friend.
You okay?
Gladly.
Yeah,
we dispatched what beasts we could, but the roads are still dangerous. Stay together and go in safety.
That was very impressive, what you did back there. Those words seem to resonate with your people.
They should. They were the first spoken unto our ancestors by the divinity of legend. I'm easily upset, and fish are wont to flee a temperamental hand, so I recite the teachings over and over to calm myself.
They're lovely and inspiring to hear, though I imagine they were born of great misfortune.
They are born of life. There's as much bad as good in it. More, many would attest. All the more reason to appreciate the good when you can. I won't argue with that.
In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow.
And with that, let us see if we can't find Mevon.
Uh-oh.
Did you see? That beast was chasing someone.
I need your fucking help, you stupid healer.
Not in a safe zone, dude.
Alize says over there. My view is blocked by the trees, but I'm sure I saw someone being chased by a beast. Haven, go with Matsuya and search along the river. Alfino and I will circle around from the south.
Okay, I have to get this way.
Oh, I'm gonna die.
Oh no.
That's her! No, I'm sure of it! Niven!
Don't, please!
That looks like lightning. Well, not lightning, like Sarah, I mean.
Maybe it is. I thought you were getting off.
Yeah, I haven't got to a safe point yet, like by a crystal.
No! God have mercy!
Mike and Revna has logged out.
Just logged out.
Before you leave, do exclamation quote in chat.
Oh, great.
Maven's lifeless body
well,
floats before you, battered and broken. Her death no doubt came swiftly.
Oh, she passed away.
Her infant daughter,
Good things
however,
must come to
is
an
nowhere
end.
to be seen.
It's already 12 o'clock.
Is it actually 12 o'clock? Oh my god, it is.
You take the babe into your arms. If she yet lives, you cannot tell, but she will surely not survive unless you carry her to the surface.
Oh my god. You know, you could just go back to the main crystal and then I could fly you to where your quest is tomorrow, right?
I know.
Just letting you know. Alright, on that note, I'm gonna go to bed.
Have a good night.
Thanks. You too. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Yep.
Bye.
Bye. Come on, Tardis. Let's go. You have to kill this one because otherwise they'll egg on me. I have no idea when that was.
Alphino says, did you find Maven and the child? Damn it all. You have the child? Let me see her.
She's so cold, Alphino.
The child is alert, and I see no wounds, and yet she grows weaker. My spells can do no more. What she needs is a change of clothes and a warm bed. We must hurry back. Not now!
Matsuya, take the child.
It appears we've made enough noise to be heard for miles around. More will be upon us ere long. We make our stand here. Matsuya, can you take her back to the village?
But the child, all by myself. You can't be serious.
The beasts will follow you home unless we stop them here. And so we shall. Be strong, Matsuya. Her life is in your hands.
Right. I can do it.
I know.
I do not have a good feeling about that.
We'll keep them busy, Matsuya. Go! Quickly!
Yeah. I love Alizé so much.
Steady. You know the way.
No.
No. No. Not you too. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. To live is to suffer, to drink of calamity. It is a perilous path. Death lurks in the dark. No! I'm not afraid! I'm not afraid! Ah! Do not avert your eyes. See your life for what it is. See how the hardships make you strong. Every doubt reforged. Every agony.
Just a minute.
The divinity.
Nay, but one who would deliver thee just the same.
Please. You must save the child. She is all that remains of Mevan and Grasef. Please.
Well, well. Seems the babe's taken a liking to you.
Thou art strong, little one. Let us convey thee to thy home.
I was about to say, are they gonna put him out of order on us?
I spied our friends as we flew in. They appeared to be holding their own
Like,
against the
I was
Horde.
preparing for that. Not gonna lie.
Right. That's the last of them. We should hurry and find Matsia.
He had help. On from high.
What, like divine aid?
A fine battle it must have been. Shame I missed it.
Estinian, it was you who came to Mattia's aid.
I was only along for the ride. Vritra was the one who saw the boy was in need. The two are headed back to the village.
Where the worm will honor Ahiwan's wishes and finally reveal himself to his people.
Perhaps so. Will you go and join them?
There's something I need to do first. Mervyn gave her life so that her child might live. She deserves better than to be left to drift alone. She deserves to be laid to rest beside her husband, at least. Will you help me?
Of course. Okay, and I'm still not in the safe zone. That was Wormhout Kingdom. Wormhout.
Alphino says we have done what we can.
Rekindled hopes.
'Tis for the villagers of Palaka's stand to perform the funeral rites. If nothing else, Maven and Kurezaf died as they lived, as themselves, and not as beasts. Their souls will find peace in the ethereal sea. To think the day would come when even the smallest of solaces would be this comforting. Estinian says you are ready, then? In that case, let's head to Palaka's stand. No doubt the true is awaiting us.
Where are we going? We are going right here. Let's not get attacked by everything. I need to be right above here. I'm dumb. It's not much faster, but it is a little bit faster. Where is the entrance? Oh, I have to go from there from the other side. Yeah, because I can't fly though, I have to come in from the opposite side. Well, that being said, because I'm at the safe zone and I haven't had to Vitra yet, I will see you guys all with tomorrow's stream. I hope you guys have a great night. Take care, everybody.